Think I see me? All right, cool. All right, guys, you just heard from Jay Smith, longtime volunteer of the rescue mission. Started getting volunteering with us at the original rescue ride in 2019, and has just continued to step in and serve in lots of different ways as a volunteer, and just helping us raise funds and serving in our kitchen, and really advocating for us. So we're grateful for him as he heads back to help break down a concert with Big Daddy Weave. So grateful for him and all that he does. And next up, excited to bring up Keith Ogilvy again, a board member of ours, and excited to have more conversation with him. So Keith, come on up. Sometimes this is a little distracting. Oh, I said sometimes like watching me and then is a little distracting down here on the phone, but I like to keep an eye on it in case people are asking questions. But
Sure.
I imagine most people aren't. I feel like a lot of people aren't up at this hour, but
Well,
there's
it
a
could
couple.
be.
Yeah.
I mean, they could be. It's
Yeah.
Thursday night football. There's Major League Baseball playoff games going on.
Yeah.
So Cubs are playing the Brewers at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you doing all right?
I'm hanging in there. Yeah. My back is just barely starting, getting a little uncomfortable. But I've got hand warmers in now and a heated blanket, and feeling pretty good. I've enjoyed the conversations thus far. But yeah, this is kind of the point, or the time in the event where your throat gets a little scratchy, you get a little uncomfortable, things get a little slower, it gets darker and cooler. But yeah, definitely encouraged with all of the good conversation that's been.
Notice the temperatures dropped 10 degrees in the last hour, so you're going to get that frost alert here soon.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And it's kind of disappointing that it just happened tonight. I mean, all week it's been decent, and of course, tonight it's down in the upper 30s, lower 40s. But yeah, certainly better than it was in January.
Yeah,
I'll take this.
I remember
and
that
in the
one
single,
well.
in the single digits. I mean, gosh, even during the daytime, it was brutal. It was
we had problems with our electrical equipment and our ability to broadcast. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. And Keith, you are a board member and have been a board member for a couple of years.
3 years
now.
Yep.
How did you, and I don't think I know this story, I know a couple other board member stories. How did you start as a board member?
Well, I was volunteering intermittently. I was attending Canvas Church, and at that time, Brandon Thomas was a pastor, and we just started talking. And one thing led to another. Attended a couple of meetings just on the associate level, and then the next thing I know, he's conscripted me to join the board, which I felt that I could contribute in some manner, and have been. That'll be 4 years in February 26th. So it's been an honor to work with all of the board and the staff, and it's something that I take pride in. But we all have gifts to contribute to our community. Some of which are writing checks. Some are rolling up your sleeves and washing dishes and serving food or passing out supplies. But it's been an honor. I've served on several boards in the community over the years, and this one I kind of cherish the most. So,
yeah. Well, I definitely appreciate and value you. You've been, I feel like, one of those board members and just people in my life in general that's kind of been in my corner and advocated for me and supported me, and I'm certainly grateful for that. Currently, the way that you serve is on our finance committee, and that for me has been one of the things that I've really learned a lot in this current role over the last 2 years.
Yes.
Yeah, in the last 2 years, and I think that's kind of a maybe a preconceived notion around the idea of nonprofits is sometimes when people look at nonprofits, they assume we're just a nonprofit and they don't look at us as a business. So that's been, I think one of the things that I've really come to appreciate about us as a nonprofit and operating as a business is what we have to do financially, in the ways that we do our recording and do our reporting and an audit, which we're in the middle of right now, and working with that. So can you talk a little bit about what your role in that has kind of looked like?
Well, I'll be candid.
Yeah.
When Knox Singleton asked me to take over for Pat Kofeld, who ran the financials for many years, was a tremendous shoes to fill. And I asked Knox, I said, why do you want to have an engineer take over the finances? And it's one of those things that, God gives you opportunities that make you uncomfortable. And I looked at that as, okay, here's an opportunity for me to use some of my business acumen in a way that made me a little uncomfortable because I'm not an accountant. But we are certainly surrounded by partners in the community like Hoddle and Willis and YHB that support the mission. Of course, being a member of Citygate, we have to have financial credentials and audits in order to keep our certification with Citygate. So all of those things are important to us. Those partners are helpful and provide us with their expert opinions and services. Like you said, the rescue mission is a business. We are in the business not only of helping those in need, providing hope and healing and help, but we also have staff. We have bills to pay. We have a mortgage, insurance, all of those things that any other business around town has, and we have to meet our obligations both financially and morally to pay our staff on time and pay our vendors on time. So we have a great internal staff that keeps our books and keeps our records, and so we don't have any surprises at the end of the year. And I'm happy to say that for at least the past 3 years, we've passed our audits with flying colors. We keep our accreditation, and but we're always, as you've pointed out many times with the folks here, it is an ongoing need for funding, whether it's the capital campaign or just simply keeping our operational funding running, because the need is there every day. When we serve meals out of the Cameron Street facility, whether it's lunch or dinner, it's 90 to 110 meals a night. And we have wonderful donations that come in-kind food, etc., from a variety of folks. And we're so grateful for that because that keeps us from having to go out and buy it. But it is seemingly when the doors open for dinner or lunch that the line gathers quickly. And by the grace of God and the grace of our community kicking in, we don't turn anybody away. And that's always important.
Yeah, it certainly is. And you mentioned, the donation of food that comes in from a variety of community partners. And I want to highlight, and this is, something that we've discussed as a board a handful of times, is the value that our in-kind donations have. The amount of food as you tie a dollar amount to that, and we all can certainly appreciate the cost of food, and so when we have things like food that is donated or clothing, or we were talking about cleaning supplies and laundry detergent earlier, that can really make a big difference in our offsetting the cost of things that
Absolutely.
get donated, of cash that essentially gets donated to us. And so those kinds of items, when they're donated to us, can really make a
Those are
difference.
very tangible items. And then, and on the other side, we have in-kind services that come to the mission from contractors and professionals that help us out with whatever the case may be, HVAC, plumbing. Valley Health and their in-kind services, Shenandoah University with their contributions, with the students and the programs that come over from there. They are, if they weren't around, we would be spending our own money making them happen. And that takes away from the programs that we offer, takes away from the ability to outfit this building, and also help us plan for the future, because we know, based on the economy, based on just simple stresses of life, that those experiencing homelessness, regardless of substance or physical abuse or whatever the case may be, mental illness, those numbers aren't going down. And, so the need is always there.
Yep, it certainly is. And you also mentioned, the value of, and even the monetary value when you tie it to it, of contractors and individuals who donate their time, and our volunteers too. When Sam was here earlier, we were discussing that volunteers just last year in our 2024 calendar year donated the equivalent of $500,000 in volunteer time. And so really everything that we are given, that in the ways that people show up and support us, whether it's through time, professional skills, gifts of appreciated stock, or just giving online through our website, really makes a big difference in the work that we're able to do.
It takes a lot of bricks and mortar to build this foundation that we have here, not only on Valley, but of course Cameron, and over the years. And you can't just say that, it was one brick or one big cornerstone. Those all help, but there are several bricks that are required to build this house of help and healing and hope.
Absolutely. And certainly grateful for all of the individuals that give, no matter the amount and no matter what it looks like. I think we are called to give in a way that is significantly meaningful to us. And you mentioned sometimes we rely on volunteers sometimes we rely on individuals who can write large checks, and other times we rely on supporters who just show up faithfully serving every Thursday at lunch. And I think really just answering that call to serve in a way that is personally significant to you, I think is really how the Rescue Mission has been able to continue to serve in the ways that it has. And
without a doubt.
And this, I'm sure that you've seen our budget grow over the last couple of years, just with the generosity of so many. I can remember when I started back in 2018, our budget was right around $100,000 a year. And I can remember our board voting on a handful of things of when to pay and how to pay it, and how are we going to come up with this. And now our budget is much larger than that. And again, I think it's so much to do with the crazy ideas of our leaders before us, and just God's hand and blessing and goodness in I think the work that's going on here, and certainly with the leadership from the board level to the staff level, and I think just the willingness for people to show up, how they're called is seen over and over.
The community has been so generous and gracious. And in the city has played an important part in helping us, guide us, and we certainly can't forget about the city of Winchester and the leadership of the mayor and the city council and the management staff. We're all trying to get to the same place, And while we may have a different vision of what that roadmap is, the destination is the same.
It's the same.
So,
Yep. Yep. I would agree wholeheartedly with you with that. Well, Keith, I appreciate it, sir. I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate the drinks and the warm
firewood.
drinks. Yep, the firewood. And yeah, the conversation, your support as always. And
Okay.
yeah, I appreciate you very
All right.
much. Thanks for
Stay
the way that
warm.
you and your business and your wife Brian show up for us. And
Yeah. We got a
appreciate you.
shout out to your Ed McMahon here behind the screen,
Yeah.
Brian.
Uh-huh. Yep. I've got a great staff of one tonight, at least here.
Yeah.
Brian running the cameras and all the tech, and then Al over at the mission right
Yeah.
at Cameron Street. Now working overnight. We are staffed 24/7, 365, no matter what.
Never mind. They're
And
always there.
and yeah, so I've got a great staff. We've got a great team to work with. So Brian, thank you, sir, as always, and Al and the rest of our team that's going to be coming in the very early morning hours. Appreciate you guys.
All right.
Awesome.
Stay warm.
All right. Thanks,
All right.
Keith.
Yep.
All right, guys. It is 11:25. We're coming up on the 11:30 hour, and I'm trying to think of if we've got anyone lined up for 11:30. You've heard us mention a couple of times. Brandon Thomas will be connecting with him out in Houston at 12:30. And then after that, really for the next couple of times that we'll be having some conversations, a lot of those will actually be online. So at 12:30, here in another hour or so, we've got Brandon Thomas out in Houston. About an hour after that, Kim Cook at Bread of Life in Seattle, all the way on the opposite coast. She is also sitting on a bench. I had the opportunity to meet with her online back in February or back in January when we did this event. So really excited to catch up with her. And then Mr. Chip Newsom, city councilor and Hanley High School teacher, will be joining us around 2:30. We think apparently his dog, I was told, kind of wakes up around that hour, so he's going to be up. So excited to see him, have him join us. Then a good, really dear friend of mine, and really she's a great prayer partner, Andrea Pickett, out in Gresham, Oregon, at my father's house. I'll be joining her at 3:30 a.m. And then Jack Crowley, you heard from Jay Smith earlier mentioning the rescue mission out in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Lancaster, Lancaster, same up at Water Street Mission. And so Jack is a friend of mine that I've developed a friendship with because of Citygate Network. Excited to meet with him. And then right after that at 5:00, my colleague Bruce Butler down in Dallas, Texas at Union Gospel Mission will be joining us over the next couple of hours. So I'm really excited about the next couple of hours, joining some people online and then Chip in person and hearing about the exciting things that he's doing within City Council. So I'm going to hop off here, stretch for a little bit, and we'll be back here in just a couple of minutes. And as you know, Brian is going to put up a QR code to give, and I just want to encourage you and frankly ask you to continue to give in personally significant ways. So appreciate you guys. We'll be back here in just a little while.
veterans on all sides and stepped up to the widows and the orphans were 3 faith communities. Like within 3 or 4 or 5 years after the Civil War, they're up and fully going. One is Salvation Army, who comes from all the way, they come over from England, they quickly expanded through the United States. The American Red Cross started that time. They've become more of a secular version of their original self, but they were very faith-oriented at that time. And then yours, it started with the Bowery Mission and went through multiple names, and Union Gospel Rescue Mission and stuff, now the City Gate Network. But all 3 of those start shortly after the Civil War. And they quickly move into homelessness.
Right.
And the federal government does not get involved in homelessness until 1987 is the first time the federal government takes an official stance under President Reagan and Jack Kemp is Secretary of HUD. That's the first form. For about 120 years, the faith community led the way in this area, and government came in last. And if you want to be cynical, you might say, and I don't totally agree with it.
We are far beyond being cynical.
Yeah.
Anyway.
If you want to be cynical, you could go, well, when the federal government got involved, it started going worse. And I don't believe that. I think the substance use that started to dramatically increase is really the real reason. But I think it's important for government not forget the faith community at all. And I think it's important for the faith community to be willing to work with your partners in government and secular groups too, because in the end of the day, we want to help as many people get out of this condition as possible. That should be our goal. How many people can we get to self-sufficiency who no longer need these services on this beautiful campus? And the other campuses across the country, but how do we get you to self-sufficiency? And so you're not going to do it. This problem has gotten so big, just the magnitude of numbers. We need everybody we can helping, not just one niche or this niche or one way. We need a lot of different ways with a lot of different partnerships working together.
Sure. So you have, I think I've been in maybe over 100 City Gate missions to this point, and you probably have me beat on that in a big way.
I think I've been about 300-ish.
Wow, and we have just over 300.
Yeah.
So you've been in almost all of them. In fact, most of you sitting on a bench right now, you've had Dr. Marbut at your place in one capacity or another. I know the burning question they have is which one's the best, but we're not going to go down that road. As much as I know, Matt's watching this and he's itching for you to say that his is the best, but Matt, we're not going to do that. But can you tell me some of the insights that you learned from those organizations that you wish other groups in this industry would learn from what we're doing in City Gate?
I think, when you look at the best in class now, which is Helping Up Mission and Johns Hopkins, first it's the partnership and willing to partner with somebody who on the surface doesn't look like you got much in common at all. And they came together, and it took 3 or 4 years to debug it and going, and now they have just the most phenomenal success rate in the country. And it's faith-based and clinical-based, and they have found an intersection. It's not the old oil and water. It's not they're fighting. They have found the intersection where both, I do this better than you do this better than us, and I think and I've been to some independent missions and some missions around the country, and they don't see what they don't see. Fortunately, that's not many, but we need to be open to those partnerships and open to the partnerships with people who don't necessarily agree with how we think about everything, because just the volume alone, that should be the siren call to do something. But we also need expertise. I mean, a lot of us in the faith mission world don't have the mental health, behavioral health, substance abuse, but somebody else does. So let's partner with them. Some other people might do much better in job training than we might naturally. So we need to bring that in. And so partnerships, working together and focusing on untreated mental illness and substance abuse. And now with the fentanyl really I've been asked a few times in the last couple of weeks with all the, Drug Awareness Month and stuff like that. Fentanyl really entered into America in two places. Now it's everywhere, but the two sort of patient 01 and patient 02 was inside of the homelessness community on the streets, especially the West Coast cities. It got fentanyl infiltrated very quickly into there because they already had distribution networks, basically direct ties, from the Mexican cartels and the Canadian biker gangs just really quick. But the other was, for lack of a better word, middle class folks who had gone through joint replacement, shoulder joint, knee, ankle, hip. They were being prescribed synthetic opioids, and everybody was being told they're not addictive, and they turned out totally wrong, turned out to be incredibly addictive. And when suddenly all those prescriptions stopped being written, so you had millions of people getting prescriptions, hundreds of thousands addicted, and they could not get their supply filled. And the hospitals stopped prescribing, but they were all addicted. And it was, we all know about Purdue Pharma, and that's all written about. But nobody paid any attention to how you're going to take all these people who are addicted and how do we wean you off that. Nobody paid any attention to that. And so the combination of that with the homelessness, also nobody paid attention to how do we get you off of fentanyl. And then those two communities basically merge in terms of the supply-demand chain and the supply chain, and then the rest of the country comes along and gets into it. And now, more people have died in fentanyl in the last 4.5 years than all American wars for 100 years. So if you add up, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, Gulf War I, Gulf War II, Kosovo, a few of the UN actions, the global war on terror, and several others, add them all up together, more people have died in about 4.5 years of fentanyl death than all American men and women, servicemen, in combat theater.
Wild, absolutely wild. So, not only were you the czar of homelessness, you also are a documentary filmmaker where you actually spend some time talking about fentanyl. And you go into a deeper dive in this, which, by the way, I highly recommend the documentary. Can you tell us a little bit about the documentary and how people can, because you take this and you really dive deep into the subject.
And it's called Fentanyl Death Incorporated. Billy Baldwin is our narrator, and then we have people across the political spectrum, ideological spectrum. We have, families that have been hurt themselves, all the way to really smart people in their particular industry. And what we learned again, this lesson keeps repeating itself in American history, that if you don't treat the root cause, you end up not doing any service to the people you're individually helping, and then you hurt the community while you waste money. Mm-hmm. So you have to work on the root cause, the real root causes, not what your organization is suited to do. And so, if your organization's in the house building, it's all about building the house. If it's this or that, we have to really start with learn the root cause first. Peter Drucker always talked about, I went to the Peter Drucker University, and he always talked about, you got to know your exact problem to solve it.
Yeah.
And he often talked about what you measure gets done, and I added a Robertism, what gets measured gets done, and if you measure the wrong thing gets done.
Wow.
And so we need to be focusing on self-sufficiency. How do you get real recovery, not superficial recovery? How do we don't put Band-Aids on it? Giving you a car, giving you a house, giving you an apartment, you're still have a substance use disorder. You still have that untreated mental illness. So unless we figure that out, this won't work.
So many of my colleagues and friends across the country are a few hours in now and have several hours to go. But is there any encouragement you would want to give to our friends all across the country, from Seattle to Pittsburgh to really everywhere? I don't want to get in there because I'm going to miss some folks. Any encouragement that you have?
Well, you got over 100, you'll be doing this. And
We'll be here for a while.
Yeah. The cool thing, first off, thank you for your service. Thank you for the other CEO's service. their staff, their volunteers, and who are doing this. Because what's so ingenious about the bench, for 24 hours, is you get to have a little local focus on it. You get to focus on the issue. You get to focus on the topic. You get to get some information out. People learn about you. Because in the end of the day, we need volunteers and money in order to be able to do what you all do.
All right, the last burning question that everybody has
Recording in progress.
Is what is your favorite rescue mission of all the ones you've been to, and who's your favorite CEO?
Well,
I'm totally kidding. I'm totally kidding. We don't want to go there.
I'm ready to go there.
We don't need to go there. That's unfair for everybody watching because we all know it's me. I'm totally kidding. Hey, we love you guys. Good luck as you're enjoying your time on the bench. Dr. Marbutt, thank you,
man.
for your friendship. Thank you for your mentorship. And thank you for the love you have for all my friends across the country and the work we're doing. We couldn't do it without you. Thank you, sir.
Sure, yeah. All right, guys, we are back. What you all just saw, if you were watching for the last couple of minutes, was a recording from. Oh, it's oh. One one of the kind of funny things about this event is, we've got Brian's got like a laptop and he's got an iPad and I've got my phone because we've got to keep an eye on like a lot of different things, and audio too. Like I've got the little earbuds and the my phone going, and so sometimes it can be tricky and a little weird to like hear yourself three different places going at three different speeds because of the four different pieces of technology that we've got running. But what you heard just a couple of minutes ago was a recording from Brandon Thomas and Dr. Robert Marbutt talking about the work that Dr. Robert Marbutt has really been a part of, and how the work that he's done and the research that he's done all over the U.S. with different rescue missions and different organizations has really helped him, and not only him, but other organizations and other ministries better understand the opioid and the fentanyl epidemic that's really ravaging the United States. It's helped us to better understand what I think really what is needed when it comes to programs and really rehabilitative programs to help individuals who are again devastated by the effects of addiction and trauma and homelessness. And so it was really good to hear from them and see them, at least even just through Zoom, and then here. In another about 30 minutes, I'll be able to join Brandon live on Zoom, having some conversation with him about how his evening is going, how the first couple hours of his conversations on a bench is going. Hopefully hear from him about how he and his family are doing, how how the work that they're doing in Houston is going as well. So excited to have that conversation here over the next couple of minutes too. I think we're going to have a little bit of a staff change, and so Brian's been helping run the cameras for since really the beginning of the event. Though a couple of people have kind of helped in and helped with that as well. But so I think here in the next couple of minutes, Brian might catch a couple hours of sleep, hopefully, and then we'll see Sam come in and have some conversation potentially and help run some of those cameras. So excited about that. Brian, are you seeing the glitch of like the lights where it's like flashing? You think it's just the camera? Oh, I can't look at the light and then look at this, but oh, there we go. Now it's better. Yeah. All right. It looks better now. Or maybe it's just my eyes. I can't tell. Nonetheless, let's see. We are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Are we really 9 hours into this? Is that math right? Great. So we've got 3 hours and then we're halfway through. Oh, wow. Actually, this has gone by pretty quickly. I do feel like the next 4 hours might be a little personally challenging because yeah. Do what? Yeah, the Brian had said the late nights you kind of just have to power through. Yeah, and it gets kind of kind of difficult sometimes to come up with some things to talk about. But the what? The focus. Yeah. At this point, and I'm grateful. Keith, after the conversation, he ran out to Sheets and got some coffee. And so I feel like, yeah, your focus is starting to kind of slip, but hopefully continue to keep pretty well caffeinated through these next couple of hours. But honestly, once we hit 5, 6 o'clock, I feel like the rest of it, you just kind of run through because you've got people coming in and out. You got sunshine, the adrenaline kicks back in. Yeah, so I'm excited about that. I had spoken a little bit about earlier this afternoon about the significance of volunteers. And alluded to, and I think I had mentioned that a handful of our staff started as volunteers. And so I guess, yeah, kind of not selfishly, but I just really love the opportunity to share my story and how I got started with the rescue mission, because it's not something that I ever foresaw myself doing. So I'd love to take the time, take the opportunity to share that with you all. I have mentioned a couple of times that I'm not originally from this area, from this region. I grew up right outside of Richmond, Virginia, and I had actually come to the Winchester area because of Shenandoah University, where I had the great opportunity to attend Shenandoah as an undergraduate student. I also had the opportunity to play field hockey there. I was a part of their 2016 graduating class, got to play 4 incredible years there, developed lifelong friendships, and really, I think an opportunity. Shenandoah University gave me an opportunity to really kind of figure out what I wanted to do and who I wanted to be. And it gave me, I think, the time to kind of explore that. Initially, when I went to Shenandoah, I thought that I was going to end up in the medical missionary field. I went to Shenandoah to study physical therapy. So my undergraduate degree is in exercise science. And then I ended up declaring a second major in Spanish, thinking that I would go do medical missionary work abroad in Central and South America. After I graduated after 4 years, I thought that I would end up actually going back to school again, earning a nursing degree, because I thought I might want to take kind of a more clinical route and still do international medical missionary work. But really, I feel, especially looking back now, God had such a very similar, but it just looked different calling on my life. And so I moved back to Richmond after I graduated, thinking that's kind of where I was going to settle down, and then had the opportunity to come back to Winchester. And Brandon Thomas, my predecessor at the time, and his wife Casey were leading Canvas Church. I had come back, I had attended Canvas Church, and I just really felt this calling to move back to Winchester. At the time, I didn't have a job, but nonetheless, I came back to Winchester. I actually started working full time at the university in the admissions department. And I just started volunteering again with the rescue mission. And I helped with a fundraiser. It was the first fundraiser that we did for our women's center. And I believe that was at the very end of 2017 or the very beginning of 2018 when we held this fundraiser, actually at Valerie Hill Winery. And there was a group of medical doctors, medical providers that helped put on this fundraiser. And I can remember Brandon took me out to lunch at Chipotle with his eldest son Xander at the time, and was like, "Hey, Lauren, I think you should run our women's shelter. I think you should be our women's shelter director." And I thought he was crazy. I thought he was out of his mind. And I was like, no, I'm going back to nursing school. I've already got a seat in the program. I just, I want to be a nurse. I'm going to do international medical missionary work. He's like, all right, Lauren, just think about it. Just pray about it. And I was like, all right. Thought it was crazy. A couple days later, I ended up going over to one of my friends' houses, and she was having just a gathering of friends. And I was talking to not her, but another one of my friends that had attended her house, and I was sharing with her a little bit about kind of this torn feeling inside that I was having around, I always thought that I wanted to be in the medical field. But that I really loved the opportunity that I had just to volunteer at the mission. And I was just like, I have this opportunity to work part-time, and I'm not really sure what to do with it. And she said to me, Lauren, frequently God doesn't call those who are qualified, but he will qualify those whom are called. And it's really stuck to me, and I very vividly remember that. And then just a couple of days later, Brandon had actually said almost verbatim the exact same thing to me. And so I took that just as a sign. And I think it was maybe like 2 or 3 weeks later that I went back to Brandon, and I was like, all right, here we go. I guess I'll work with you at the mission. And so that was actually in February. That'll be 8 years that I've had the great privilege of just being an employee here at the Winchester Rescue Mission. And it has been probably the best 8 years of my professional life. I love the work that I get to do. And I think as this event continues to go on, I really look forward to sharing some of the stories that have meant the most to me. As a staff, at a staff meeting, we had shared maybe 2 weeks ago some of the most meaningful stories that we have experienced. And I hope that you'll hear from our staff over the next couple of hours about some of those stories too. But yeah, I really love the opportunity that I have here at the mission. Again, I never foresaw myself, working for a nonprofit homelessness services organization ministry. but I walk into the office every day or walk into, a community meeting every time. And I usually have a Winchester, not on this one, but on my jacket underneath is this jacket underneath of this. I have a Winchester Rescue Mission logo on, or I have a badge that has the Winchester Rescue Mission logo on it. And I just think of what an absolute honor it is to wear that, to represent an organization that has existed for over 50 years in this community, simply because time and time again, I think people have listened to and followed the calling that God has put on their lives um, to serve the least of these. And I don't say that from any place of pride, but really with the utmost admiration for the people that we get to work with, the people who come through our doors at Cameron Street. In need of groceries, in need of a meal, the people who walk through our doors, who are in need of housing services, in need of support. Sometimes just people who, if they need a resource that we might not be able to offer, sometimes the best thing that we can do, and this is one of my favorite things that I get to do, is to walk out of my office, because as you walk into Cameron Street, my office is right there, right next to our welcome desk area. And if I happen to, if I happen to be caught in, where my door is open and I can overhear someone walk in, and I know that someone's not there, one of my absolute favorite things is to be the person that gets to walk out and gets to greet someone and gets to shake their hand and say, it's so good to meet you. My name's Lauren. What's your name? And I get to shake their hand and look them in the eye and hear their name, and then ask them how. What they may need, or how we can help. And usually I'm not the one who provides that direct service. We've mentioned over and over again how great of a team we have at the Rescue Mission, but how meaningful that is to me. Just that one interaction is to shake their hand and just get to know their name, and then offer them something as simple as a water or a coffee, or to use our phone if they need to call someone. And so I really love, it has been and continues to be a real joy of mine to serve at the Rescue Mission. And again, I think God kind of takes you on a unexpected path to bring you to something, whatever it might be, whether it's your job or whatever it might be, just brings you on kind of a unexpected path to whatever his calling might be. And I saw earlier that Janice Dickin was watching us, and I've mentioned a couple of times that I've been drinking coffee, and that it's one of my greatest joys is to offer people coffee when they walk into our doors. And so I think one of my other kind of favorite fondest memories is and just for a little bit of context, for the longest time, for the large majority of my life, I've never been a coffee drinker, like, ever. I made it through college. I made it through first couple of years, I guess, of motherhood. And then Janice actually made me, she tried making me a couple cups of coffee, and I was like, no, I don't like this. And then she made me one cup of coffee one morning. We used to joke that that it was a great privilege, and it of course was, but that it was a great privilege to share an office with her. And one morning she made me, I think probably to this day, it was the greatest cup of coffee I just ever. And it was just sitting on my desk, and I drank it, and it was the beginning of the end. And then just a couple of months later for my birthday, she actually gave me one of those small little Mr. Coffee pots. And that was the beginning of the end. And so I have a great friend because of the Rescue Mission. And now I also have a great appreciation for coffee, which just a couple of years later, I think it's been like maybe 3 years since that first cup of coffee that Janice made me. And I'm now proud to say that I can drink coffee black, like no coffee, like no cream, no creamer, milk, or whatever, no sugar. I'll just drink coffee black. So excited. Well, not, just grateful for everything that the rescue mission has blessed me and my life with, and my boy with. And yeah, I absolutely love being a part of the rescue mission, and grateful for the people that get to surround me every day in this challenging but just really rewarding work. So thanks for listening, guys. I really love the work that we do, and love that I get to be a part of it. So I'm going to take a quick break, probably snag another cough drop, and then stay tuned, because in just another couple of minutes, we'll be joining Brandon Thomas live on Zoom. And I'm excited to catch up with him and hear about all of the exciting things that he is doing down there at Open Door Mission. At that ministry there. So we'll see you guys in a little while. We'll put up the QR code to give. And also, when I come back, I'll be sure to give you guys an update on the giving, because, again, thanks to the generosity of George Carnes, the financial advisor, the Wells Fargo Financial Advisors Office down in Front Royal, we have the opportunity to reach our $24,000 goal. And every dollar up until we reach that is matched. So really excited about that. And we'll put that QR code up here in just a minute. We appreciate you guys. Cannot wait to be back with you all and catch up with Brandon Thomas down at Houston. Thanks, guys. All right. Yep. I can see myself. I can see Brandon Thomas. I'm going to see if I can talk to you again. BT, can you hear me? I see your mouth. Your
Nope.
Now we can. I can hear you.
I cannot hear you.
Brandon's saying that he cannot hear us.
I can hear you now.
Okay.
Loud and clear.
Nice.
It looks cold there.
Brian lovingly said, be quiet. He didn't say that.
It's 85 degrees here. I'm sweating.
No.
I got sweat rolling down my back.
Did you hear him? 85 degrees. Are you joking?
No. I wish I was. It's hot.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm a little jealous. Though here in Winchester it is very warm compared to what it was back in January. So I think here it's 43 degrees.
It's 79 here.
It's 79 here. Sorry. It's the temperature's dropped here.
Yeah. Oh, Brian, it's only 79 degrees. Yeah, okay. All right. Are y'all 1 hour or 2 hours behind us?
An hour behind.
All right,
It's
y'all
11:30.
y'all are CST. All right. So how are things there in Houston? How's y'all's conversation on a bench thus far?
It's been really cool. I've been joined the whole time up until about 40 minutes ago by Doug Meikle, who's the CEO of Star Hope. So it's been a lot of fun. This is the first time that I've done this. Well, actually, we did it together one time. I forgot about that. You and I did it together, so I didn't, and you did most of it, I think.
Yeah,
so
no, yeah, we didn't do it together. You left me high and dry.
I mean, that feels like the way it's been the last 2 years. But yeah, it's been awesome because I feel like I've had somebody working with me the whole time, sharing the load, talking a lot about what they're doing, talking about what we're doing, and how we're working together. So it's a really good time. I've really enjoyed it. We had some of our city come by and chat with us. We've had really amazing conversations with friends all across the country. It's been great. What about you guys? How's it going there?
Yeah, good. Really good. You would recognize a lot of, if not really all of the people that have been here thus far. Keith Ogilvy just left a little while ago, dropped me off coffee. And yeah, he's just been here.
Was it really good coffee? Because I remember when I did that in the past, he brought some of the best coffee I ever had.
Yep, he sure did. Straight from Sheets. And yeah, it's really it's really good. It's like really strong, like just black coffee. I was telling Brian earlier that I now drink you'd be proud of this, black coffee.
Wow.
Can you believe that?
You've become an adult.
Yeah. Somehow I have come to enjoy just straight black coffee. So yeah, that's definitely keeping me.
I think it's what the work does to you. You just, it's so much that you just need the caffeine. You don't really care what it tastes like.
Exactly. and I think that's it. So yeah, it's definitely very strong black coffee. So grateful for that.
Yeah. So you guys have the new building about to open?
Yep, we sure do. We will have a ribbon cutting Tuesday, October 21st at 4:00.
I'm planning to be there.
All right. Yeah, well, I'm excited about that. I know the team will be excited about that. You really helped to, I think, kind of pioneer this project, and we're excited to have you back to help see it completed.
Well, you've done a great job making it happen, and real proud of you guys for all the hard work you've put in to make it happen. So it's pretty awesome stuff, and I can't wait to come see it. it's taken shape. So great work.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. It's as you know, as best as of any of us, it was definitely a long time coming. Definitely had to get creative and jump through some hoops, and definitely advocate and advocate for some things. But just so grateful that it's now at the stage where it is, where we're before the end of the month. Really, we're looking at moving our men and women over. So yeah, just lots of good things going on here. Actually, when we were planning on, when we knew that we were going to do conversations on a bench today and tomorrow, when we initially committed to it, we had thought that we would be in the building, like moved into the building at this point. And as you very well know, construction and construction projects like this, as big as this, take far more time than you think. And so just a handful of things have gotten a little delayed, but yeah, so it's really just me and Brian out at this point. And then here in just a couple of weeks, we'll have people moved into the building, which we're excited about. So tell us a little bit. You mentioned earlier when we first got on that you were having some conversations with Star of Hope. And so
Yeah.
I'm certainly familiar, or relatively familiar with how big Houston is, and I think the need that exists there, but kind of explain Open Door Mission and then Star of Hope. And I'd like to hear more about like how you all are partnering in that.
Yeah, so Houston is the 4th largest city in the nation, and the most diverse city in the nation, which makes it really a lot of fun, and have fallen in love with the diversity, the culture, the food. You can tell by looking at me, I put on a few pounds since I left Winchester, and a lot of it's the food here in Houston. It's really good. But the need here in Houston is it's obviously much different than what it's like in Winchester, and so I'm grateful for Winchester to have got to learn how to do this work, and the support that the community gave me. I think about Winchester all the time, and miss it greatly. But I know that I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing now and be where I'm at now had it not been for Winchester. And so I get to serve, like I said, in the 4th largest city in the country. What I actually love about Houston is Houston understands that we do have a homeless problem. The city of Houston works very closely with us here at Open Door and Star of Hope. And because of that, it's allowed Star of Hope and Open Door to truly become friends. And when I say friends, Doug and his team has worked with Doug's the CEO at Star Hope, has worked with our team to learn, to grow, they're doing some amazing work over there, and we're doing great work here, and we've been able to partner together in a big way. Their shelter, they sleep about under 1,000 people a night. So they're one of the largest shelters within the Citygate network. And so our shelter here, we're somewhere in the neighborhood about 120, give or take, depending on the night. And so between the two of us, we obviously much smaller than Star Hope, but we're just over a third of the beds available to serve the city. And so we've become a real big part of the city's response to homelessness. And what I love is, just a couple weeks ago, I was meeting with the mayor of the 4th largest city in the country, who looked at me and said, what do we need to do to support you guys to be able to do what you're doing? And man, that was it's such a relief and so exciting to experience, and to know that, again, we're in a city that has a great need, but we have great partners, and our city is tackling the mental health crisis. I've gotten to team up with Dr. Matthew Stanford from the Hope and Healing Center, somebody we talked a lot about in Winchester. I've just gotten to make a lot of great partnerships here in our city to serve. And so I'm grateful that I learned a lot of that in Winchester.
Yeah. We are certainly grateful for the many years of leadership and service that you spent with us here in Winchester. Earlier this evening, I was starting a conversation around volunteers and the significance of them, and not just of the number of volunteers and the number of volunteer hours and the roles that they have. But I kind of told a little bit about my story, how I had started as a volunteer, and then I had mentioned a couple other staff members who had started as a volunteer, and you yourself actually started as a volunteer here as well. And I feel like as so many other leaders of rescue missions, you kind of had an unexpected way of becoming the leader. And so share a little bit with us I feel like your viewers there in Houston, and then for us about how you got started here.
Yeah, so was pastoring a church there in the community, and our church just started serving on a regular basis there at the mission, and we showed up almost weekly to do dinner, and so we'd serve dinner, and then I was invited to be on the board of directors for the mission. So I started serving in that capacity. And then in January of 2016, the CEO at the time of Winchester Rescue Mission resigned. And Paul Magnus, maybe he's watching, Paul Magnus asked me if I would step in and help for the next little bit. I think he asked me if I would help for a month. And that month turned into 8 really incredible years. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I can't, I just don't know where I'd be if I didn't have the opportunity to serve there. And I think about, man, tonight, the big deal that tonight is there are 75 CEOs sitting on a bench just like this because of what we started right there in Winchester 7 years ago. Dave Ballinger just texted me pictures from the first conversations on a bench that we did 7 years ago. And I can't believe that there are 75 tonight sitting out doing the same thing because of a crazy idea we had 7 years ago to do this.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I've been speaking with Brian a little bit, and some of the other people that have come up. Sarah Williams joined us a little earlier, and then Jay Smith was here, and we were just talking about the crazy idea that it was, and that you just kind of pioneered and came up with, and then now it's nationwide and continuing to grow and really gain some needed attention. And I love how Citygate Network has kind of picked it up and helped increase the kind of the platform that it now has. So yeah, I love that it and I love that it started here, and it's not just because I work for that I now work for Winchester Rescue Mission, but I think it's the value that this event has, where when we look at it, where you started it 7 years ago, it was you had no idea what you were doing. And it was you and Dave and like one or two other people staying up for really the full 24 hours, and there was no plan, and you guys just you had this crazy idea and you went with it and you ran with it, and it ended up turning into really one of our largest fundraisers up until that point, I feel like. And I love this event because I think it can be really simple. I think when I look at it as one of the smaller organizations within Citygate Network, I can look at this event and say, hey, if Winchester Rescue Mission started it 7 years ago with very little, what can my ministry do? And I think it's so valuable, especially for like those smaller ministries, those smaller organizations, to really make a big impact that you did just 7 years ago. And I really love the value in that, the story.
Yeah, one of the things I learned in my time at Citygate is the value of the quote unquote smaller ministries, because they're not really small. They can try and do things that larger missions can't do. And that adds value to the bigger missions because we get to try and test things out that we can then share with the larger missions. And so again, there are a lot of great things happening in Citygate Network that I got to help pilot. And I got to help pilot those things and help start those things because, again, what I learned in Winchester. And so all I've got to say is how much I love and appreciate and miss Winchester. My kiddos talk all the time about how much they love and miss Winchester. I think if I were to call them now and say we're going to move back to Winchester, they'd probably have bags packed by the time I got home. So yeah, it's definitely Winchester Rescue Mission holds fond memories for me and my family, and we still love and appreciate Winchester in a big way.
Yeah, certainly. I think the organization in this community definitely feels very similarly towards you and your family and just all the work that you all poured into this. I can remember you guys saying that rescue mission work is family work. Though maybe that's not exactly it. What did there was like a very
we would say it was family business.
Yeah. I love and appreciate all of the time and the years and the work that you all put into it, and so very grateful for it. A little, maybe it was an hour or so ago, we saw a recording of you and a good friend of ours, Dr. Robert Marbutt. I think it must have been pre-recorded because it was daylight.
Yes, it was pre-recorded.
How is he? I know that you I got to speak with him a little bit about I think there when he was in Houston with you all.
Yep.
For your gala. How is that? How is he doing?
Yeah, he's doing great. He I know he's doing some work back with the administration, and I mean, well, he was doing work with the administration. Now it's all shut down. So I think he actually could be on the stream right now watching us. I don't know. He was texting me earlier. So, but he has been, I credit Dr. Marbutt for a lot of what I've had the privilege of doing. In fact, when I'm there with you guys here in a couple weeks, I'm going to stick around and I'll be heading to DC, to the White House, to be part of an event there that he invited me to attend with him. And I'll also be hanging out with Billy Baldwin at the Helping Up mission in Baltimore that Friday. And so, and all that's just credit to having an incredible friend like Dr. Marbutt, who is a friend of yours, a friend of Winchester, and a friend here. And last year when Dr. Marbutt found out that Casey was sick and that doctors had told us that living in Colorado was not good for her health, he was the one that worked this out. Opened the communication here in Houston for us to move here. And so again, I have a lot of respect and love and appreciation for him.
Yeah, I'm so grateful that he came to us in Winchester a couple years ago for I think that was the first time that really I had met him, was the filming of No Address. Yep. And yeah, I think really since then he's just become such a good friend of yours and of mine as well. I was talking with Brian earlier that he had reached out to me this morning about just a couple of things that we've got going on here, and I really love and appreciate him, he's so fun to learn from and learn with, I'm glad that he was able to connect you and Casey and your family to another really great opportunity for you guys. And I'm so excited to see over the next coming months and couple of years what you all are able to do with and do in Houston.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun ride, fun journey for sure.
Yeah. Jay Smith, I'm watching our live feed here, and Jay Smith asked Emilio Estevez too.
Yeah, I'm gonna get Emilio Estevez to join me on the bench as well.
Okay. You know, I don't totally. I mean, I feel like you could be telling the truth here.
I could be telling the truth.
Yeah, are you really going to bring Emilio Estevez?
Not this trip.
Not this one. I can appreciate that. And speaking of Jay Smith, and I had mentioned that Sarah was here earlier, we had talked pretty fondly about the rescue ride and just how much that meant to Sarah and how much that meant to Jay, and how really that was a big reason why they, if not the reason, that they really started with working at the rescue mission, the ways that they've just continued to do so. So do tell us, do you have any plans to, I mean, I don't know if you would do like south to north this time because you were on the East Coast and you rode east to west. Are you doing like Texas to
Canada? No. You would be surprised to know that, at some point I'm going to do another rescue ride.
All right.
I'm always planning another rescue ride.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of actually executing it and doing it.
Yeah. And I just pray very much for your team there in Houston that you give them probably more than 4 months notice when you're planning a cross country motorcycle ride.
It worked out just fine with 4 months.
You know what? Yeah. In some ways it really did. in some ways it did. But yeah, just Jay and Sarah just spoke so fondly of that, and I think it just profoundly impacted them, as I know it did so many of the other riders who had the opportunity to be a part of that. And I think that really sparked a lot of thought about, and I mean, I even the rescue ride and then this event, I think one of the great things is that, and overall being a part of Citygate Network is learning from other rescue missions of what they're doing. And we frequently say not having to recreate the wheel. What have been some of your favorite things, whether learned from the rescue ride or the bench event, or just being a part of Citygate Network and having the connections that we do? What have been some of your biggest or most favorite takeaways from learning from others?
I mean, it's what you just said, not having to recreate the wheel. I think of everything that we want to do here or need to do. I can think of a program somewhere in the country that's doing that already that we can learn from. And what I love is, just the conversations that we've had so far tonight. Like, I'm about to have a conversation here in just a few minutes with Josh Torbich from Eastern Carolina and their recovery program. And, we have a pretty impressive recovery program here. And so to be able to learn and compare notes from him. And so truthfully, I don't know if there's one single thing other than the comfort in knowing that whatever it is that we want to do, there's somewhere in the country that somebody's doing that, and we can learn from them and learn best practices from them. And there's real confidence in that.
Yeah, absolutely. As we have worked to redevelop our programs here, our rehabilitative programs, one of the things that I've been really excited about, because we've had a number of new team members joining us as we build our team and build our staff, is having the ability to reach out to rescue missions and say, hey, we're looking at redeveloping our programs, and what kinds of things have you all found that are best. And I think one of the other things that I really enjoy about Citygate Network and just the rescue ride that I got to be a part of on our kind of regional Pennsylvania route is the friendships that you develop with others within the network. And like Ryan Dirk down in Greenville, I know you two are good friends, and so
we're actually about to talk here in a little bit too.
Oh, okay, right on. Just when we were in Chicago when Citygate Network was in Chicago for the CEO Summit, I had the opportunity just to sit and chat with him for a little while, and it's so good to see him. and Andrea Pickett out in Gresham.
Yeah, we'll talk to her first thing in the morning.
Oh, you do, like, you're going to talk to her first thing in the morning?
Yeah.
Okay, nice. Yeah, I have 3:30 Eastern Standard Time. I get to chat with her, and yeah, I
Wow, I hope to be sleeping then.
are you actually are you gonna have the ability to sleep?
That's my hope.
You're cheating then.
No, I'm an old man. That's what old men need.
Well, yeah, you're really small here on my phone screen, and I can see increased gray hairs. So
That's very true.
it's, uh, but yeah, I love, and Kim Cook out in Seattle, and Jack from Lancaster. Like,
Yeah.
I'm really grateful for
Oh, great
their
people.
just their friendship. And I mean, every time I see them, I just get so excited to see them and learn from them. And yeah, because I think sometimes, in fact, you had told me this prior to your family moving to Springs, was sometimes leadership is lonely. And I think particularly in the line of work that we do, it can seem overwhelming and defeating. But I think when you step into some of the events that Citygate Network has, whether it's online and phone calls or if it's in person, I I know that the individuals that are in that space can feel very similarly in the ways that I do and that my team does. And so, yeah, it's encouraging, not just for the resources that they have, but really their friendship is encouraging as well, because you know
Yeah.
that they have a passion for the work that you do as well, and they share in that. And yeah, it's just, I think you can kind of be really honest in that space, um, in that space with them. So I'm definitely
Yeah.
grateful for that.
Well, I hate to wrap up, but I've got Josh Torbich waiting to chat with me from
Awesome.
Eastern Carolina. But if you are around and have availability tomorrow morning, I'm going to have Miss Julia Larocco sitting with me for a good portion of tomorrow morning and helping share the story of rescue missions, how they started, how they serve, how they've evolved. And I know she would love to say hi to you. So if you were able to spare a moment in the morning, you can have Brian reach out to Chris, who's working with me here,
Okay.
and see if we can reschedule something in the morning, just because I know Julie would absolutely love to say hi.
Yeah, I would love that. Yeah, I'll have Brian probably reach out to you, because we've got a pretty tight schedule here from 7:30 really onward. But yeah, I'll see if we can wiggle some things around, because I would love to see Julie and connect with her. Well, I hope you enjoy the rest of your couple of hours of Conversations on a Bench. And I will say, Sarah Flanagan did drop a comment. She says hello and says thank you. And then Dave Ballinger just showed up. So
Awesome. Well, tell him I said howdy.
I sure will. All right.
All right. Good to talk to you. Good to
to
see you.
as
See you
well.
guys in a couple weeks.
All right. See you, Brandon.
All right. Bye.
All right, guys. So that was Brandon Thomas out in Open Door Mission in Houston, Texas, and just really grateful for his heart and his vision for individuals experiencing homelessness and mental illness, and his vision that he has for crazy ideas and for new buildings, and yeah, just the passion that he brings to it. So here in the next couple of minutes, I'm going to pull up a good friend of the mission and of mine, Dave Ballinger, and we'll have probably some really great conversation. So I'm excited for that. I'm going to take a quick, probably 2 or 3 5-minute break, and be right back on. So do hop on and do continue to follow us. And I'll put Sam. Sam, welcome to Conversations on a Bench for the next couple of hours. Excited that you're joining us. And I'll get Sam to put up that QR code. Again, big thank you to George Carnes, Wells Fargo Financial Advisors, for supporting this event with a matching gift. So every dollar that we raise up until we reach our $24,000 goal is matched. It's doubled. So every dollar that you give turns into two, and just grateful for that. So I'll get Sam to put that QR code up. I'm going to stand up, stretch a little bit, and then I'll be back with Mr. Dave Ballinger. Appreciate you guys. All right, Sam, you let me know when we're rocking and rolling. Oh, we are rocking and rolling. All right,
You didn't even know
fantastic. Yeah, I know. I
You
know
should
it.
know when you're rocking and rolling.
I sure should. Well, Dave, thanks so much for coming back and joining us. This is not your first conversation on a bench. Just a couple minutes ago, we were standing and looking at the very first ever conversations on a bench back in, and we found out October, was it 20? I think it was October 25th,
Yep.
2018.
2018.
Oh, I didn't realize that it was
Making that
that
up.
cold.
It was super cold.
I do, yeah.
It's chilly right now.
I remember it being. I remember it being pretty cold that first year. I wasn't up the entire time, but I do remember it being quite chilly
Yeah.
that evening and early morning hours.
We were much younger and we had a lot more youthful exuberance.
Yes, I would agree.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. Well, yeah. Well, thanks so much for coming back for another conversations on a bench, especially in these like weird hours where it's sometimes really tough to get through. But yeah, I just appreciate you showing up.
Yeah.
joining us.
Appreciate you being here, sitting on a bench, having conversations for an amazing cause.
Yeah.
I was sitting at home in my pajamas, like I was telling you earlier, just listening to you, listening to Brandon. I'm like going through my phone and looking at some of the old pictures that we have from the old events that we were just looking at. And I'm just like, I need to get my clothes on and drive up the 15 minutes here, go out of my comfort zone and get a little chilly and come up and say hi. Yeah.
Well, thanks. We appreciate it. How did you, and this has been a question that I've asked a handful of individuals because I'm genuinely curious about it. And I don't know how you initially started. How did you become involved with the Winchester Rescue Mission initially?
Through Campus Church.
Okay.
Yeah. That was the gateway. It was just kind of meant to be the way everything was working with serving. And Brandon's connection when he was voluntold, I think.
Yep.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I think he was asked or appointed.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes.
Greatness
Exactly.
thrust upon him, and it just opened up an amazing opportunity for serving and to serve the community, and so that's how it started.
Nice. Yeah. Well, we're grateful for that. And I think one of the things that has also kind of rubbed off on you over the years is the motorcycles. Like somehow people who are hanging around Winchester Rescue Mission, kind of have like this itch to like get a motorcycle. And I'm not sure how enthused Susan is, how enthused Sue is about it. But you're now riding around on a Harley Davidson, though not tonight.
Not tonight. No.
Yeah.
I chose four wheels instead of two
tonight.
Yeah. But I mean, it's infectious, and who knows? Maybe there's a rescue ride in my future.
Yeah, maybe
that would be awesome.
Yep. Sarah Williams was here a little earlier. Jay Smith was talking about it. Brandon said he's like, I don't know, maybe I'll do one from Texas to Canada. And I was like, okay, well, you've got a couple people here that'd definitely join you.
Yeah.
So yeah, who knows? Brandon, and in fact, I told him, I said, just give your team more than like 3 or 4 months notice about doing a cross country.
Yeah.
No, not to just take off for 2 weeks.
You made it.
They made it.
Yeah.
It went wonderfully well. I think the worst thing that I heard about it was that the group got separated somehow, and someone lost their bike, but they didn't actually lose it. They ended up finding it right where they had it.
How did you lose your bike?
I'm not totally sure. You can ask one of those 3 guys or anyone else who was on the ride.
Yeah.
But yeah, thankfully they found it, and they just continued on their journey, and out in LA where they ended, at least that first year.
Yeah.
It was really incredible.
And
up until that point, it was the largest fundraiser in rescue mission history.
It was incredible. Really was.
It really
I didn't
was.
attend, but I watched it go, and was checking it through social media, and then there was like live cameras at the LA Skid Row mission, and filmed them pulling up, and it was pretty incredible. Really.
It was really powerful. I also was not a part of the actual cross country endeavor, but back here kind of at home base and keeping up with it. And it was so great to just be a part of and watch from afar. So
Yeah. Well, you're still riding, right?
I still have my license. I still have a motorcycle, Sarah
Okay.
Williams motorcycle, parked in my garage.
That's like 2 of the 3 things you need
So-
to do across country.
Yeah. So maybe one of these days, maybe I'll do it. It's been life has been really full.
Yeah, I hear you.
And I just really haven't had the opportunity
Yeah.
to. But I feel like just hanging around Sarah and you and Jay and talking to Brandon, I was like, oh, maybe I should probably get on it.
It
Maybe
gets the juices started.
yeah. So who knows? We'll maybe see. I was joking with them that our parking lot here in a little bit, and really actually next week is going to end up getting paved. So I was like, it's going to look really nice with
Progress.
a couple motorcycles on it, and just pulling
Heck
out
yeah.
from here. So
Heck yeah.
we'll see what comes from it. It's really, I think one of the things that I appreciated about it was a great great opportunity just to have some conversations with people, because anytime that there's more than 2 or 3 motorcycles, your head kind of turns and watches, and so when they pull up to any space, people are immediately and instantly curious about what's going on, and then it automatically provides an opportunity for you to talk about something that that we're incredibly passionate about. And then I think provides an opportunity to have conversations with people and find a way that it can connect with them. Because I think sometimes, as people have some, preconceived notions and assumptions around homelessness. And then the more that you talk to them, I think the more that it kind of humanizes homelessness. And I think sometimes you can associate homelessness as being something, so far off from you. And at least we're not those people, at least we're not homeless. But I think when you actually sit down and have some conversations with people, whether you're getting off of a motorcycle or sitting on a bench, you just really kind of see the reality of the humanity of things. And I've seen so many times over and over again that people are moved with compassion. In that conversation, and it just kind of opens the door to have further conversation, and gives you an opportunity, I think, to educate and then advocate for the cause. And so I love that about.
And I think one of the things that is, to me, one of the more important things that the mission has done is really just teach people about about everything that goes into causing someone to be without a home, or be within, and it's not, it's not one thing, it's many things. It could be mental illness. It could be, you lost your job, and so there was just a lot of learning I got to do, because I had a lot of preconceived notions too, because I really didn't know a lot about it. I was pretty ignorant about it, but I think the mission's done an amazing job of just kind of helping people understand, how you get there. And it's a lot of us really live paycheck to paycheck too. So we could also be there,
very easily.
Yep.
And by the grace of God, I really think that so many of us have not had to face something quite as challenging as that. But certainly grateful for that, and just grateful for the support that so many have shown us in the work that we do.
Yeah, well, I'm grateful for being able to come up here, get to see you, kind of celebrate another milestone for the mission and missions across the country, which is
absolutely
unbelievable.
74.
How this has taken off. It's just it's really a humbling thing to see, and an incredible thing to see. It started with a crazy idea. We all know where it came from. B. Thomas, and here we are. Yeah.
So grateful that we get to be a part of something that's really gotten some national attention. And grateful that we again get to be a part of it, and really hopeful that it can continue, that this really does raise some awareness and addresses some root causes of homelessness. So
awesome.
I appreciate it, Dave. Thank you, sir. If you wouldn't mind, would you mind praying for us for the next couple of hours? Would you mind doing that for me?
A couple hour prayer?
Yeah. Oh, pray for us, not for pray for a couple of hours, but pray for the upcoming hours. Yeah.
I thought you were trying to get me to hang out here for a couple
Yeah,
hours and just pray so you could go
yeah,
take a nap.
and I just start falling asleep.
Brandon's planting seeds.
Yeah, right. Yeah, would you pray for us?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Jesus, thank you for everything that you're doing here and across the country, God. And I just I pray for that awareness is raised, God. Your desire is for those who are in need. God, you call your people to be hands and feet and light to the world, and also to care for those who are in need, God. So I just pray that this time is impactful, that awareness is raised, and Jesus, that people are healed, that it's not just about raising money. The money is the tool to help people get out of whatever circumstance they're in, whether it be addiction or mental illness or job training or job placement, whatever it is. God, I just pray that your spirit just move across our country for this mission. God, I pray that you just empower the leaders of these missions individually to just draw close to you, to be led by your spirit, and to serve others out of love, which is what we're called to do. In Jesus' name, amen.
Awesome. Dave, appreciate you. Thank you, sir. And of course, I would welcome your prayers over the next couple of hours. But I appreciate your prayer. I appreciate your support that you've shown us over so many years, and look forward to many more.
Awesome.
Awesome. Appreciate you, sir.
Appreciate you back.
Thank you.
Stay warm.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Mr. Dave Ballinger. Appreciate all the support that you've shown us. And next, really excited to welcome one of our city council members, Mr. Chip Newsom, up to join us. Yeah, come on up. Yeah, certainly. And feel free to take a seat, and you're going to snag that microphone right there. Chip, so good to see you. Thanks for joining us with at such a very early hour. Are you just regularly up during this time?
No, I'm never up during this time. So I'm just up.
I
made a special trip over. So
right
I wanted to try and come at some odd hour.
Yeah.
I wanted to try and make it about 2, but yeah.
Hey, 12 is it? It's like
What is it,
12:30, 1
ish.
Oh, 1:20. Okay.
1:20.
All right.
Close.
So yeah.
Close.
All right. Good. So we're like an hour later than what I thought, which is great.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would be that aggressive to say the time is fine. Time is moving slightly faster than what I think it is. All right. Bye, Dave. Well, yeah. Well, thanks for joining us. And first, I pride myself on wanting to pronounce people's names correctly. Your last name,
Newcomb.
Newcomb. I apologize. I think
that's
I've
all
been
right.
saying Newsom. And
Yeah, no, that's fine.
right. All right. Great. Even though I know how to spell it, at least Newcome.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. I feel like I need to go back to elementary school English class and
No, I think you're fine. I think you're fine.
learn how to enunciate correctly.
Well, people spell
Newcomb.
it with a B. People,
Okay.
people have called me Newsom.
Yeah.
Newcomer.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well,
there's no R on it.
yeah. Well,
Just
at least
happens.
I'm not throwing extra letters in there. I know how to spell it. I just don't know how to say it properly. Now I do. So thank you
fine.
thank you for doing that. And for anyone who may not know you, about what roles you play in this community, would you mind sharing that with us?
Sure. I'm a city councilor. I obviously live in Winchester. I'm also a teacher at Hanley High School. So I've got a number of different hats.
Yeah.
That I do in the city, and then of course I'm a dad and a husband, and all the other good stuff. So,
yeah. What do you teach at Hanley?
I teach English.
Oh, fantastic! So you're the person.
I am.
Teach me.
I'm the
how
guy.
to-
Yeah.
Though I will also say, while I pride myself on wanting to pronounce people's names correctly.
Hmm.
You are talking to someone who, from kindergarten through 5th grade, won their class spelling bee
You did?
every single year.
That's incredible.
That's impressive. Add that add that to my resume. Add that to my resume.
Once you start to get into 6th and 7th grade, I feel like the words get harder. Just
Yeah.
it's all downhill.
Yeah. Though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Words like Newsome, Nukem. You know.
It's fine. No, it's fine. Yeah, no, you're good.
Yeah.
Well, let me be the
Yeah.
first to congratulate you on the big wins.
Yes.
It's a big deal.
Yeah, thank you. You know what? I appreciate finally being shown the appreciation and the respect that comes with being a kindergartner.
No, you're exactly right.
Yeah,
It's
though
important.
though I will say, in kindergarten, the winning word, I won on the word giraffe, which for like a 5-year-old, I think is impressive.
That is a big deal. Are there 2 R's?
You know what? Don't ask me.
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay.
I don't even know. It's too late. Don't ask me to do
It is,
math,
it
and
is.
don't ask me to spell, just in general.
Okay,
But,
got it, got it.
Well, awesome. Well, and what grade do you teach there at Hanley?
This year I'm teaching 9th grade.
Okay.
I've taught 9th, 10th, and 12th at Hanley.
Okay.
So,
Awesome. Well, I as someone who I have a 1st grader at Corals Elementary School, and
Ooh,
just
okay.
I so appreciate public school teachers, and so just as someone who has a young man going through the public school system, I thank you for the work that you do,
Well, thank you.
that you do there, and educating our youth, and then certainly as a city council member, talk to me a little bit, because I don't know this either, but talk to me how you came to be a council member.
Well, so I don't know. The I'll shorten the story, but I was the president of the Winchester Education Association.
Okay.
You know, so that kind of that thrust me into local politics, right? Because it's, you know, everything's political, I think. You know, because it's about relationships. But, you know, so I started to get to know, you know, people in the community like Richard Bell, like Les Veach, you know, like Kim Herbstreit, like, you know, so we started to kind of have meetings just about, you know, budgetary things related to the school system. And I did that for about 2 years. And when an opening came up in Ward 1, I called Richard and said, "Hey, man, what do you think about this?" He said, "That's interesting," you know, and it kind of snowballed from there. So, and I've always kind of been interested in service, right? My dad, you know, he was really a kind of a servant of the community. He was, you know, he was we went to church, but you didn't just go to church, right? You had to be part of the community. So, you know, he would serve on committees, and you know, I learned the importance of serving your community. So that's what kind of really led me, I think, to choose to run for city council. He always used to say, Dad's line was, he would say, you know, Chip, if someone says, you know, someone ought to sweep the church steps, who do you think should sweep those? You know, so, you know, his point was that if you say someone ought to do something, then you ought to be the one to do it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I love that. I think that's really what leadership is, and serving, servant leadership. Yeah, I love that. I think that's great. And so one of the things, we've had Mr. John Fox come up and join us, and he shared a little bit about you know, his role in city council, with him being here in Ward 4, and really all of our conversation over the last 24 hours is really surrounding homelessness, mental illness, and poverty. And one of the things that we've seen in joining you know, over 70 other rescue missions across the U.S. is that homelessness is not just homelessness does not just exist in Los Angeles, or it doesn't just exist in New York City. It doesn't just exist in Washington, D.C. That it is really kind of a nationwide, unfortunately, like epidemic. And so we've seen over the last many years where homelessness has increased, not just across the U.S., but even in Winchester. And I know that it is a frequently brought up and discussed topic amongst city staff and city council. And so, from your perspective, what are the things that you're seeing, and what are the conversations that are going on around homelessness, and what can be done from, I think, both your perspective as a leader in city council, and also just as a community member who's been here for years, and I know cares deeply about individuals in the community who do face this really difficult hardship.
I think, you know, as a city councilor, I've received a number of emails regarding, the unhoused on the Walking Mall, right? However, what kind of struck me about those emails is, I think through kind of this, I don't want to call it a campaign, but through public education and people becoming more aware of the problem, I think everyone understands how difficult it is to, to quote unquote solve the problem, right? Because I think it's, as your previous guest just talked about, it's multifaceted, right? Is it mental health? Is it, did someone face a tragedy in their life, and they kind of broke, it's just, and that those are kind of the emails I'm getting, right? We understand it's a difficult problem and it's multifaceted. So, there are, and through, my education about this, I kind of knew it, but as you kind of start to dig into it, you really know it, so, in terms of, in terms of solutions, I don't know,
Yeah.
I always, the solution isn't just to, feed someone and then send them away. We've got to provide them with a multi-tiered support system. How can someone get a job if they don't perhaps have a tie, right? Something as simple as that.
Yeah.
So I also believe, I'm an English teacher, so I believe in literacy, right? And I wonder how, I think lack of literacy is an epidemic in America these days, and I don't know why, but I often wonder, what role that plays in everything.
Yeah. It I think it definitely does. I think so, while not always causation, a
Right.
lack of education is not 100% guaranteed cause of
Right,
homelessness, but there's certainly a correlation with it. And literacy volunteers of the Winchester area, they'll actually be joining us, I think, a little later. Is it technically this morning? Yeah, a little later this morning.
A little later today.
And having some conversation around that and around the importance of literacy, and then Dr. Jason Van Huculum is actually going to come and join us as well.
Okay.
So that's always a fun conversation. He's joined us for the last couple of years in that, and I always love that conversation with him about the importance of education, not just for literacy, but just overall. I think education can play a great role in the way that you see yourself and in the way that you hold yourself, and this pride. I think a healthy pride that you hold yourself in, and just the resources that it can connect you to. And I mean, even something as simple as literacy can help you in navigating, it's not just, reading Shakespeare or something like that. It is going to the DMV and applying to get a license,
Yes.
right? It is filing your taxes, which I think you need a degree in and of, like, you need a master's
You
degree to
absolutely
file
do,
your
yeah.
taxes, which I it's unbelievable. But I mean, just simple things, filing your taxes, getting your driver's license, applying for a job,
filling out
filling
a
out a
job.
resume, creating an application.
Right.
And with literacy comes also the ability to use technology
Right.
and being able to navigate that. Navigating even like an online application. Sometimes that can be challenging for individuals who might not have high literacy or high education skills. And yeah, I think it's just so important overall for we talk about like human flourishing, and I think that's just such a key role. And really I would think like a right, like a human right is. I think that we have the ability to be educated, and access to education is really really important. And so I can certainly appreciate that, and again just appreciate what you do within public education, educating, because I'm sure as someone who was a 10th or 9th, 10th, and then 12th grade English student, I can certainly appreciate the patience and just the work that you guys do there at Hanley. And also, I mean, Hanley has been an incredible supporter of ours. Hanley's Interact Club regularly volunteers with us. Hanley's, I think their FCA group has come in, right, Sam? Is that correct? Our Hanley's FCA group has come in a couple of times and support. And so I think that's one of the things that I also love about our local school system is they are frequently very community oriented. And I think being just really grounded in what does it look like to not only get an education but to share that with others, and just building community with others is really something that I appreciate and I admire about Hanley High School.
It is, and I think it helps that we're 9.2 square miles, right? So I think the kids who kind of choose to engage in that, they get to see the fruits of their labor. I think they get to see. I mean, hopefully they'll be aware of this. I mean, hopefully some kids will get out here and do some volunteering and help you move.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, we can certainly use it. Shenandoah University has been a great help, and their students have been a great help in moving. We've had some Hanley students, I believe, out here as well. And so, it's always good to see. Good to see local youth who are investing back into the community. I think that sometimes if we don't do that, if we don't provide our youth opportunities to do that, we really are missing the mark. Because I look at our team, and while our staff is one of probably the youngest staffs within rescue missions across the U.S., I look at our I don't want to say kids, our youth that are in, middle school and coming through Daniel Morgan and coming through Hanley and Jameswood. I'm looking at them thinking they are the future of, leadership at Winchester Rescue Mission. They are the future of leadership at Union Gospel Mission in Dallas. They are the future of leadership in nonprofit communities. And I think, and not just in nonprofit communities, but obviously our communities overall. But I think really inviting them into, and that's one of the things that I'm grateful for at Shenandoah, was I had the opportunity to come and volunteer at the rescue mission. And while at that time I didn't think that it was something that I was actually going to end up pursuing specifically here, it gave me the opportunity and really opened my eyes to it. And so I love that the university and our local public school systems are just so oriented to giving back, because I think it's just so valuable, whether you choose to enter into the workforce for nonprofit or not. I think it's just incredibly valuable to remind yourself of everything that goes into making the community what it is.
Right, and it teaches a kid service, right? And I think when they get up close and personal, let's say with someone who is experiencing homeless, or someone who perhaps is experiencing illiteracy, if they happen to volunteer with the literacy volunteers, or any of the other 200 other nonprofits in the area, it widens their world, because it's not just it's not just quote unquote those people, right? They're a part of our community,
absolutely.
And sometimes sometimes someone just needs a hand to reach out. So
yeah, absolutely. yeah, you said something that really means a lot to me, and I just want to highlight it. Is that I think sometimes we look at people who are experiencing homelessness, we're like those people, but what's really important is that those people look every bit like you and I do.
Right.
And it's just, I can't remember who I was speaking to, but frequently, so many of us in the community, and I mean, I know in Winchester, around half of the Winchester city community is part of the Alice population. So that's asset limited, income constrained, but employed. And so you might just be 1 or 2 paychecks away from really something devastating as far as losing your home. And so I think, I've really appreciated and enjoyed working at Winchester Rescue Mission because it's really broken down some of those barriers and some of those preconceived notions that I had years and years ago around it. Is that it's not those people, because they look every bit like you and me. And we talked about illiteracy, and can certainly, while it's not causation, can be a correlating factor to it, but that's also not always the case. We've had a handful of individuals who come through our doors and go through our programs who have master's degrees, who have bachelor's degrees. There was a gentleman who is a couple years younger than I am, and he actually graduated from a local university, and just hit some really hard times, and had a history of depression, and had very little family support because of that diagnosis, and that was almost he was outcasted from his family because of that. And so a very intelligent, very compassionate, literate man, young man, walks through our doors and is just in need of some community and some support and building of relationships. And again, yeah, those people are not those people. They're
us.
our people. They're us. Yeah. I can remember just a couple of years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, I had walked into a local establishment to actually pick up food from our. We partner with Blue Ridge Winchester Rescue Mission. We partner with Blue Ridge Area Food Bank, and we're part of a kind of a food rescue program where we go to different establishments and pick up food. And I can remember going and picking up food, and one of the individuals that worked at this establishment was recognized me, and he was like, "Oh, you work at the mission?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he was like, "Oh, well, I see your people all the time." And I said, "I'm my people."
Yeah.
What do you mean? And he's like, "Oh, your people. They're always hanging out outside of my doors." And I was like, "No, they're our people." Right. And I think just that we're doing, if we want to solve homelessness, if we want to address even if we want to address it, the first thing I think that we have to do is stop looking at it like they're those people, or that they're my people, like that they're the rescue missions people or the rescue missions problem, and look at it as, hey, their last established address for most of them is actually the surrounding area, Frederick County, Winchester City, Clark County, right? They're us. They're every bit like you and me. They're every bit like Sam and like Brett. They're every bit like you and I. Their circumstances are just slightly different. And they're not choosing it. They're not lazy. They look every bit like you and I. And I think we're doing just such a great injustice to ourselves and to them, really to our community overall, is when we look at them as those people. Yeah. Where they're here and they look just every bit like you and I. And so I appreciate, I really appreciate when someone can just see the humanity in that, and when we can start to have some conversations around just the realities of what homelessness really is.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for what you do.
I appreciate. Yep.
And Sam.
Yeah.
The videographer.
Yeah. It's I've got a great team, great staff, and I certainly appreciate them.
Yeah. Excellent. All right.
All right. Well, Chip, I thank you. Thanks for coming at such
Lauren.
a weird hour of the morning. But I hope you can get some rest, get some sleep. And are you teaching tomorrow?
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right.
We're we kind of have a special day at hand. It's called the Level Up Day.
Okay.
So we'll be the seniors will be learning kind of adulting kind of
nice.
Things.
Yes.
I'll be teaching kids how to what is it? It's how to create their brand. Like, who are they? So,
okay, personal
yeah,
brand. I
yeah,
love
personal,
that.
yeah. So we'll see.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know.
Well,
We'll see how it goes.
good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
I love that they're love that you guys get to do that. Yeah,
Yeah, it's gonna be
awesome.
great.
All right. Well,
Yeah,
appreciate
thank
you,
you,
Chip.
Lauren.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate
Thanks
it.
for joining
Appreciate
me.
you. Thank you, Sam.
Awesome. All right. Thanks again, Chip. Appreciate you, sir. Sam, we're gonna take a quick break. Awesome. We're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna put up a QR code on this screen to give you an opportunity to give. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
And so it's going to be October. It's World Homeless Awareness Day tomorrow. So it's going to be every year around that time. Yeah.
It's not
So
working.
yeah, and they were hoping for 100
Make it
missions.
better she can.
So I think easy next time we'll have 100. Yeah, trying to get some national coverage on it, and yeah, yeah.
But our sure. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see if they're on. Kim, we are apologizing, or yeah, I want to go ahead and apologize for hopping on about 15 minutes late, but I'm hoping that you might be able to hear me, because I would love to have the opportunity to connect with you. For anybody that is Oh, I was like, "Oh, that's Kim." No, it's just me. It's just me listening to myself. This is one of the fun things about this Conversations on a Bench. I mentioned a little earlier of just all of the technology that has gone into making this happen, because we've got a laptop with, I don't even know how many cords getting plugged into it, way too many, and like an iPad and a bazillion headphones. uh, and phones, and yeah, it's just it's been a lot of fun making this happen. And again, Chip had mentioned that Sam right now running the technology and a lot of the audio, and Brian earlier. These two guys really made this event happen for us, and so really grateful for them and the work that they did for this event. But seeing if Kim Cook from Bread of Life out in Seattle, Washington, is able to hear us. Because what's going on, I don't think you all can see it on our live stream, but we are actually in we're able to Zoom and connect with other rescue missions. And then we're able to connect with them and essentially share our screen with really everyone that's participating in this. So we'll probably give it another minute or so and see if she's able to join us. I hate that we were able to miss her, because again, Kim's one of those people that I've met at just a handful of Citygate Network events. She's on the Leading Ladies call that I was mentioning earlier this evening, as well as I always have the opportunity to see her at the CEO Summit. And it's just so good to see her and hear of the work that she and her team out there in Seattle are doing. All right. So unfortunately, and this is definitely my fault, but I just wanted to prioritize that conversation that we had with Chip, city council member and Hanley High School English teacher, Chip Newcomb, and grateful for him. And yeah, Kim, I apologize for being a little late. I do look forward to hopefully connecting with you, if not at this Conversations on a Bench, definitely the next time that we have the opportunity to chat with each other. So I'm going to take a quick break, give my give my voice a rest, probably check on where we're at giving wise, and come back in just a little bit. Sam's going to put up a QR code to give, and you'll hear from us here soon. Thank you all.
you.
Okay, cool. Okay. Hey, Andrea, I can see you. Can you hear us?
Oh,
Okay. Yep. Now I can hear her.
oh, there we go.
Nice. Sick. We got it figured out. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Yeah.
Good. Hey, Mission Control asked me to have you guys turn on your intercom.
Okay. Yep. Sam is saying he's working on it now.
Perfect. So is it 3:30
Yep.
there?
It's 3:33 here. Yep.
Oof.
And y'all are 4 hours
12:30.
behind? 12:30. Oh, just 3 hours.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. What's the
Nice.
temperatures like?
I think, is it like 40 degrees, Sam?
Oh,
30. Oh my gosh. It's 37.
oh, I'm not going to complain.
Yeah. What about you guys? What's it there?
I believe, let's see. It says it's 56. Do we think it's 56? apparently my team says yes, it's probably 56. Oh, 52. But it's warmer here than it is there.
Yeah. Yeah. It's chilly. I had the opportunity to speak to Brandon at like 12:30, I think it was, and he was like, it's 81 degrees. I'm sweating. And I was like, oh my gosh. I'm so jealous. Like, I've got a
Did you say Crimea River?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I've got a heated blanket here plugged in, and it's yeah, it's been definitely very, very helpful, but certainly nothing as cold as January when we did this. It was like single digits. It got down to like 4 degrees. So
Oh,
yeah,
yikes.
I'll take this. How's your last, oh gosh, I can't even, I don't know how many hours it's been since.
It's been 12 and a half hours.
Nice. How is it?
Yes.
How you guys doing?
How are we doing? Tired. Good. It's been really fun. I didn't do the pilot in January. And so this is my first, this is my virgin mission. And so I think we've had 17 conversations. Am I off? 14, 15, something. We've had conversations on a bench.
Okay.
But they've been good. I think we've had a variety of people. So all of them were scheduled. I didn't have any drop-ins. We're just not really in a location where that's a thing. So we've had everything from our police chief to my husband sat and told a little bit of his story. He was homeless as a child. So, and we've had former residents. So yeah, it's been fun. And I think I just talked to Kim a little bit ago, and she asked me kind of what the theme was and kind of how we've been doing. And I feel like the theme that keeps coming up is, really to remember that each of these individuals are humans, and really this isn't, I have said, I think more than a homeless crisis, we have a humanitarian crisis, because when we call it a homeless crisis, we oftentimes forget that they're humans, and we take the human side out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree. I think that's been a common theme too. We've talked about with a handful of individuals, kind of pulled out this idea of them, like these people over here, like it's their problem,
Right.
or even I was sharing a story where I walked into a local establishment here, local gas station here, and they knew who I was. They knew that I worked for the rescue mission, and they were like, "Oh, your people," and I was like, "What? Like my people? You mean our people?" And they're like, "No, your people." And yeah, I think that was that's been a interesting common theme with us too. Is just seeing like the humanity in it outside of just someone's circumstances. Is that, yeah, I like that you call that like a human, like a humanitarian crisis. Yeah.
it's easy to look at the numbers and forget they're humans, right? At some point in time, they were a baby, they were a child, and what, now they're not because they're homeless? I mean, not that they're a baby anymore, but are they no longer human because they're homeless?
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Sam, can you double check? I'm sorry, can you double check your audio? It seems a little. Hey, sorry, Andrea. I think you cut out just a little bit there. Could you repeat that again?
Oh, yeah, I don't have many brain cells left, so I don't remember what I just said.
Oh, we're good. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm not sure what that was. Maybe it was just my audio, but yeah, you were just I think you had said, you were saying something along the lines of like they're not a baby anymore.
But they're still human.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so we work just with families with custody of a child. And so we've got a lot of kiddos here. And so I was just adding up how many individuals and breaking it into categories as far as people served last year. And last year we had 25 men, 53 women, and 122 kids in our shelter.
Wow. Wow.
So
incredible.
that's not a lot of adults, but 122 kids. I mean, I don't mean that it's not a lot of adults, because that's still significant, but 122 kids, that's a lot of kids.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a significant amount. Here at in Winchester, we don't we offer just services just to adult men and women over the age of 18. And have you, what differences would you say that you see between serving providing services for children and families compared to just adults? And I know you guys, I don't think you all have ever served just adults, but can you talk a little bit about what you know of, any differences that you see between serving children and families in comparison to, maybe some of the conversations that you've had with, organizations that just see adults?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the reasons that our organization was started as a family shelter is our founder and former executive director was leading children's ministries at a local church. And she would see the same kids come in week after week. The parents would bring them in, drop them off at first service, and the kids would be there in Sunday school through all the services. And then the parents would come back and pick up the kids. And she started asking questions and recognizing that these families were homeless. And this was a safe and stable place for parents to take their kids for a little bit on a Sunday, for them to be warm, for them to be cared for and fed. And so that also, super simplified, that was kind of the birth of my father's house. And so in having conversations over the years, and one of the reasons that she went down this path was when you're not just caring for yourself, when you have additional responsibilities and it's a child that you're also is dependent upon you, that the theory is that people will make better and longer lasting decisions because there is a dependent, right? And it's not just them, because as an adult, as a parent, okay, well, I can sleep outside, I can do that myself, but I don't want my child to do that. And so oftentimes the child is a piece of the motivation for somebody to make some choices that put them into a better situation and that lead them down that life transformation path.
Yeah, I can I can see that. Yeah, certainly. We certainly see a need here in Winchester for a need for a shelter specifically for families with children. Unfortunately, there is no current shelter provider to meet that need, and it's really devastating. We see it. We have individuals or families come in, sometimes calling, or even sometimes even walking in and asking for that service. So I'm really glad to hear that you all are able to provide that. One of the things that I was talking to Brandon about earlier this evening was really around how much I appreciate Citygate Network, and for the handful of reasons that I appreciate them. Kind of at the surface level, just the connections that we have with other rescue missions, and then ideas that we're able to pull from other rescue missions. But I think more importantly is the relationships that I have, and even like selfishly, personally, the relationships that I have, like with you and Kim and Jack up in Lancaster. What are some of the things that you and your organization at My Father's House? What are some of like your favorite things, or some of the benefits that you see of being a part of Citygate Network?
Oh man, I had a similar conversation with Kim a little while ago. And I was telling her, I met her at my first CEO summit, and I had only been executive director for, it was like a month or two, and
Wow.
I was a hot mess. I didn't have other people that I was at a point in time where I could talk to about what I was doing and what I was getting into. And I really felt like I was on an island, and I felt like I was alone, and I had no idea how I was supposed to steer this ship without other people to talk to and bounce ideas off of. And so Ken Peterson at that point in time was our, I'm going to call him a regional individual. So he came and talked to me and was telling me about Citygate. And I was like, yeah, this sounds too good to be true. Having come from corporate America, I'm like, yeah, they're going to want something from me, or I just don't see how this is going to work. And so I went to the CEO summit, and I sat there and I listened to these CEOs sharing ideas and talking about the struggles and their frustrations, and just the camaraderie that I saw. And I was like, oh my gosh, like there is hope. Like I might actually be able to stay and guide this ship if I have a community around me that knows what this is like, because it's unlike many other many other jobs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, like those personal relationships, being able to call or text any number of these CEOs and just say, hey, like I could use some prayer, or hey, do you have a policy on this? And just being able to share that. And that's so different from corporate America, right? Because there isn't that competition. It's a camaraderie, and it's we're all in this, we're all rowing in the same direction, and we're all doing it because of the love of Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
And so when that's our foundation, there's a lot more teamwork than competition. And so I really love that. And I love that Citygate is spearheading this, conversations on a bench. I mean, how cool is this? People are coming and sitting on a bench and talking to us, and we're having conversations that we wouldn't otherwise have.
Yeah. I think it's I mean, I never thought one of the things I find myself frequently saying is I never thought that I would be in a homeless service ministry, but I certainly never thought that I would be having a conversation with a good friend out from Gresham, Oregon, for a 24-hour long event. But really, I mean, how lucky am I? How lucky are we that we have the opportunity to have those friendships, to be a part of really a pretty incredible event and I can't remember the last numbers that I saw that Citygate was expecting the amount of viewers to be a part of this event, but it was multiple thousands. And I couldn't agree more. Is the not just the policies and the procedures and the the business networking kind of, if you would, but so much of the benefit that I see is yeah, like those personal friendships and relationships that that I've been able to develop, and I know my team has been able to develop over the last many of years that we've been a part of the network. So definitely.
Yeah, I
grateful.
took 3 staff members with me to annual conference this year in Phoenix, and it was a first for 2 of them. And they were like, wow, this is so cool. And they were able to connect with other people that are doing similar roles. And they've been able to start developing those relationships. And, hey, how are you dealing with this? What do you do with this? And just, again, you don't get that in corporate America. And so the work that Citygate puts into helping foster those kind of relationships, and then the work that they put into making this all run, I mean, goodness gracious. And then the Louder agency doing the graphics and help with all the verbiage, and again, tremendous blessing.
Yeah, certainly.
So what have your conversations looked like? Who have you talked to, and like what are some of your favorite conversations that you've had?
Yeah, I have had, if my memory is correct, 2 city council members, Winchester City Council members, come up for some conversation. We're outside of our new building right now, and I've had, 3, no, 4 people who are part of our capital campaign. We've got a capital campaign advisory committee, and I've had 4 of those guys, and they're volunteers. I've had board members come up and have some conversation, which has been really cool. Staff members, especially when we first started at 3, between like that 3 and 6 o'clock hour, there were a good bit of staff members that had come by and had conversation. Let's see, Rotarians. I'm a member of the Rotary Club of Winchester, and so I've had a couple other Rotary members come join us, and even if they haven't sat on the bench, they've just swung by, and so I've felt a tremendous amount of support from those guys. And a lot of the conversation has been also our city. We had our deputy city manager come by, and just a lot of the conversation, especially with our city council members and our deputy city manager, was, what are you seeing from a city's perspective around homelessness, and what does the city consider opportunities to step in and to partner with. How do you see solutions to homelessness? What does that look like? And we've had a good bit of conversations about volunteering as well, and just the importance and the significance of that. As someone who started as a volunteer and then really loved having the opportunity to serve as like our volunteer coordinator for a long period of time, just really such a love and admiration for our volunteers and the value that they bring. So yeah, lots of just good conversations around homelessness, I think, in general. But then, what does it really take to make Winchester Rescue Mission run? Is not I want to say seamlessly, because sometimes things don't run as seamlessly as people might expect them to,
Right.
or perceive them to run. But yeah, just how Winchester Rescue Mission continues to show up and step into really challenging work. And we just continue to make it happen 24/7, 365. And we do that with, really great group of volunteers and staff. We've talked a little bit about our programs, but I think as today continues, we'll hear more from some of our staff, more of our program staff. So what about you guys? How, who have you had coming and chatting with you?
So we had our police chief. I had a former mayor of a neighboring town. had a handful of former residents and a city councilor, and my cousin came and sat on the bench, and he has been clean and sober for 4 years, and it was an honor to have a conversation with him. And I had a staff member sit on the bench next to him, and my husband joined us as well. So that was some interesting conversation there. And we kind of went down a path of forgiveness and alcoholism and addiction, and how all those things affect lives. And so I love the depth of some of the conversations that we've had. And as much as I've loved all of our conversations. Oh, and we also had a local Ford dealership owner and her husband, and he's on my board. And so they're a very entertaining couple. So that was really fun. But I have to say my heart tug conversations are those with our former residents, because for them to want to come back and have conversations and talk about how impactful the program was, and how much it changed the trajectory of their lives and the lives of their kids. I think our stories are best told from those who have lived it, right? And so I think it's a lot more meaningful when our current and former residents or guests or clients tell the stories.
Yeah, certainly. Certainly so. And I think really that's probably the most valuable conversations that I think we can have about that. I am looking forward to a little later this morning. Our program staff is going to be bringing over, because we're at our new facility now and we're not yet quite open. We will be by the end of this month, and they'll be bringing over, our program staff will be bringing over a handful of our clients, of our residents, and I'm really eager to and excited to have conversation with them. I'm just hoping like my mental capacity is as good as I can be for being up for the amount of time that I've been up. I was really hoping to sleep in, like I guess not this morning, yesterday morning, and I woke up at normal time. It was 5 a.m. and I was like, oh, this is gonna be a long day. Forced myself to go back to sleep for like another hour, and then I just right before our call, I think I dozed off. Sam said it was like 45 an hour. Yeah, maybe an hour. Doesn't feel like that, but so I'm looking forward to the next 11 hours. Is that math?
Yeah, we're past the halfway mark.
All right, yeah. The first half definitely flew by, and now it's I'll pretty much be having conversations almost back to back, I think, for the next little while. We've got a couple, like 2 breaks, I think, but we've got a packed schedule, so I'm excited for that. How are you feeling for the last couple minutes? How are you feeling? How's your team feeling?
I think they are experiencing some tiredness.
Yeah.
My next conversation isn't until 4 o'clock. So I actually have I have a resident that drives for our local public transportation, and so he's gonna roll through here in probably about 2.5 hours. So I've got a little break, and then I'm having conversation with Brandon at 4. So
cool.
Yeah. But I was, being completely honest with somebody earlier, kind of joking, but being honest, I don't even stay up till midnight New Year's. So I'm like, this is a stretch.
Yeah, it's certainly challenging. I'm the kind of person that goes, like, I am physically in bed by around like 8:30, and then I'm usually asleep before like 9:30. Also, not usually one to stay up at midnight to midnight on New Year's Eve. So
Yes.
I know Sam's judging me. He's giving me such a judgmental look right now. Yeah, we're currently 8 hours past my bedtime. But yeah, this is also kind of the fun. It's currently just me and Sam up, and then Brian will probably be up here in another couple of minutes.
Sure.
Yeah, these are kind of the hours where things get a little weird, because we're just
Yes.
also just
That's going to
deliriously
be my
tired.
next, hopefully my next 2 hours will be a little quiet and we can, the three of us, I've got Rich from Sound Guy Productions. He's the magic behind the screen. And then my event planner, Deanna, she is the brains and the details and all of the scheduling. So they're here with me, toughing it out. So
Love it that
uh,
they get to be a
yeah.
part of that. Well, awesome. Well, good luck to you the next 11 hours. It's so good to see you as always. And Andrea, I want to say one of the things that I love and appreciate about you most is that you you always seem to text me the at the best of times, and you're always saying, hey, I'm thinking about you, and I just want you to know that the Lord laid on my heart just to lift you up in prayer, and it is always, I think, in perfect timing, in His perfect timing, and so I appreciate that very much about you, and I know that. I have a good friend in you, and I'm grateful for your friendship and your support.
Oh, thank you, Lauren. And I love and appreciate you too. And I'm really proud of you. And I hope that does not sound condescending, but I know, it was a big step for you to step into this position, and just to watch you really step in and grow into this position has been really fun. And good job, and keep it up. And I will keep lifting you up in prayer, sister.
I appreciate that as always.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
All right.
All right. Good
Okay.
luck.
Well, 11 hours.
All right. Yep.
All right.
I'll see you soon.
Talk to
See
you later.
Bye, Andrea.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. I think we're still on the live feed. Yeah. All right. We're still on the live feed. Sam, how you feeling? All right. A little cold? A little chilly? Okay. All right. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to put that QR code up you can either scan to give. There's a couple opportunities that you can give. Again, big thanks to George Carnes with the Wells Fargo Financial Advisors down in Front Royal for sponsoring this event. Every dollar that you give is doubled until we reach our goal of raising $24,000. So that's up. Feel free to continue to stay tuned in, and we'll be back here in just another couple of minutes.
Oh, hey, Lauren.
What's up, Jack? How are you?
Hey
Can
there.
you hear
Oh,
us
I
okay?
can't hear you. Can we check our, sorry, we need to check our end.
Okay.
Oh, I got you.
All right. Yeah, I think that was on our end. How are you guys doing?
Doing good. It looks like it may be as cold in Virginia as it is up here.
Yep. Sam and I were talking about what other rescue missions might be quite as cold as it is here. It is last time we checked 35 degrees.
35. Yeah, I think you're
36.
colder than us.
Yeah. Oh, wow, really?
Yeah, I think we were supposed to get down to 37 tonight. So,
Okay.
and that's probably still coming.
Yeah. Yeah. Um and you guys are yeah, same time zone. I've hit the point where I'm like a little delirious, and so it's taking me like I feel like 3 times as long just to think through some
Yeah.
pretty common sense things. But yeah, so definitely same time zone as us. How's the last 13 hours been?
Yeah. Yeah, we've crossed the halfway point. It's been good. It's been good. We were packed full with guests on the bench from 3 in the afternoon till like 2 in the morning.
Wow.
My last guest finished up around 2:15, and then I had a break. So I actually was able to lay down for a little bit. Didn't quite sleep. Honestly, I probably got 30 minutes, which
Okay.
is fantastic.
Yeah.
And then but I laid down for probably an hour and a half total, so that was nice.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I was pretty similar to that. I think I was laying down for about an hour and 15 or so. I think I was
Okay.
asleep for maybe half an hour, 45 minutes or so.
Yeah.
I had kind of leaned up and I had told Sam, I was like, I don't think I can sleep out here. And Sam's like, yeah, 5 minutes later, you didn't say
We're out.
anything. So yeah. Well, Jack, I'm really excited to be able to talk with you, and you were definitely one of the rescue missions that I wanted to definitely to chat with, because I've had the opportunity to be up there and visit you all and actually see your ministry, see your rescue mission on one of our like little regional rescue rides. So
Yeah, you were hanging out with a bunch of bikers that day, I think.
yeah, something I never thought I would be doing, and maybe you probably never thought that you'd be doing with Water Street there. But share with us, for our viewers who might not know, be familiar with you, what your ministry looks like and what services you offer, and then catch me up if since then you guys have expanded, and anything new that you all are doing there.
Yeah. Oh man, there's a lot going on. So you were here maybe 3 years ago, was that?
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. So yeah, so Water Street, we have actually been around for 120 years. And we've been on the
Oh yeah, it looks like we're both frozen. Oh, okay. Yep, you're right. Jack, I'm not sure if you can hear us, but I think you're a little frozen, so your audio and visual is unless you yourself just froze. Okay. All right, guys. So that was Jack Crowley, our good friend from Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and he was just beginning to tell us about the work that they do up there. I didn't realize how old of a ministry they are, but he was beginning to say about 120 years they've been in existence. And yeah, I had the opportunity to go up there for a kind of regional ride that we did in, maybe it was 2022, 2021 or so. 22. I can't remember at this point. Just in general, the years run together, but certainly when you've been up for too long for your own good, it certainly runs together. But yeah, we did a little regional rescue ride, and up there we were we while we were up there, we stopped through Lancaster, got to see Water Street Mission, and a lot of. All right, now I think Jack's back.
Back.
Yeah,
We're back.
Jack's
Can you hear
back.
me?
I sure can. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Not a problem.
So yeah, I heard you were talking a little bit about your visit with us.
Yeah.
So again, let me just hit I was talking about our shelters. So that's first point of contact, people coming in the door. So we have shelters for single men and women, for women with children, all on the same campus. And then we have our long-term residential programs. And we've oriented ours that really it is designed to be a continuum. A lot of missions, it's kind of like you shelter or residential, and they might even have different feeders into them. But ours, our desire is to see people who are coming off the street, maybe not even thinking they need more than just a place to stay for a few nights, to open their hearts for us to build trust with them over time, and that they would take that step into residential. So when people come in, they've got the choice. First 7 days we call stabilization, and it's just no expectations, no responsibilities other than safety. Don't use drugs on campus, don't kill anybody, and you're good to stay here. And then during those 7 days, it's about trust and breathing.
Yeah.
And then after there, we begin talking to them about, are you looking for shelter, where your primary goals are getting a place to live, getting a job, those immediate needs, and trying to get back on your own feet on your own?
Mhm.
Or are you interested in trying to address some of the root issues that led to you becoming homeless? And then, so through those conversations, they can either choose shelter, which is 90 days, or residential, which is 12 to 18 months, depending on the issues that people want to work through. It's not a one size fits all program. It's really tailored to the individuals and what their needs are. There are certain tracks that are common for people to choose, but so that's what we're doing. And our capacity there, we do total in shelter a little over 100, between our shelter for individuals and women and children. And then our residential program capacity is about the same size, about 100. And again, we do single men, single women, and women with children. Beyond that, Water Street has a number of other programs going on. So we have a full medical and dental clinic on site that serves our guests, but also serves the community. So we have like 5 exam rooms and a PT room on our med side. We have 4 dental operatories on our dental side. And so we are serving not just our guests, but the community as well. We also have behavioral health services. Right now, that's geared towards our guests. Our hope is to eventually expand and be able to serve those who are coming into our medical clinic who also need behavioral health supports. Then we have a whole array of next gen ministries. So we have an early learning center for 3, 4, 5, 5, and 6-year-olds. So K3, K4, and kindergarten, serving families in the community. And one of the new additions there is we just bought an old Catholic school 2 blocks behind our main campus and have renovated that into the home of it's called Wonder Academy. So for years, we've been operating it for 30 years, but we've always done it in churches, renting space, bounced around. In those 30 years, we've probably been in 7 or 8 different churches here in the city. And to finally have our own home is just, our teachers are ecstatic. Our families are grateful. And what it really allows for us is to go beyond just serving the kids. From the beginning, our Heart for Wonder, when we started, it was called Wonder Club. As we expanded and got more serious about the educational side and became registered with the state, we called it Wonder Academy. And it really is, it's not just about the kids, though. It's about how do we come alongside those families that the different needs that they have. We're targeting families that can't afford any other options for their kids for early ed, and providing that for them at an incredibly discounted rate. But a lot of those families are facing crisis in other areas. So how do we support them? Having our own space, our community rooms in that building, being able to connect some of our other community resource services into that space has been a dream of ours for a while. So then that's part of our next gen. We also have a full youth ministry called Teen Haven, 1st grade through 12th grade, with a separate youth center. So that's a block away from our main campus. We just put a $1 million addition on there to add extra classroom spaces so that we can run different age groups at the same time. So it's got a full gym. It's got like an upstairs cafe area for the kids, some multi-purpose rooms. And then we just added 3 new classrooms to that. And then we have a young adult program actually called Compass. As we've seen kids graduate from high school and trying to figure out how to be an adult, how to take on the world, trying to follow Jesus, but struggling through the basics of like, what does it mean to like work the job and be responsible and live this out? Compass is a place that helps young adults navigate living out their faith in the world. And we just started that a few years ago, and it's been amazing how it's drawn in young adults from across the city, not just kids who graduated from our Teen Haven program, but young adults who are they're craving community and they're craving that kind of support network as they're figuring out life. And so that's been great. And then we have an outreach ministries program that provides food distribution to families in the community. We see about 600 families a week coming to us that we provide supports for. And some of the expansion that I was hinting at is where I'm sitting today is actually a new campus that we bought. We bought an old funeral home, and there's a big parking lot that I'm sitting in, and I'm sitting against the wall next to the second building that was attached to that funeral home. So it's 2 big old mansions, and we're going to convert the whole downstairs into our new outreach ministries building. So it'll have basically a grocery store style food distribution instead of like coming in, getting a box of food or walking through a line and having somebody put everything in for you. It'll truly be a shopping experience. Set up like a little mini grocery store where you can come in and there's agency to decide what do I really need for my family? What's going to help us? And then on that same floor, there's also going to be, again, a cafe space for relationship building and then classrooms. So we can help those families really go beyond just providing that food relief. When you see the same family come back week after week after week after week, at some point you start asking the question, how can we help you so that you don't have to come back every single week? Yeah. Are there other ways that we can help you and support you and help you take next steps so that you can be a little bit more sustainable on your own? But we need space and relationship to do that. And so that's what this new building will do. And then the upper floors of that building and the building I'm sitting next to, we're actually going to turn into what we call intentional communities. So that's kind of a next phase for our guests who were experiencing homelessness. They went through shelter and residential ministries. They're ready to get back on their feet. They're working a job. They're ready to move back into the community. But what we've found and what we've heard from our guests is that the hardest thing for them when they move out, yes, it's finding affordable housing, as we all know, but even more so, it's isolation. It's the lack of community. When they've experienced restoration in a community environment and then they have to move back out on their own, it's really hard to relearn how to make connections, how to build that kind of network of safe people around you that are going to help you survive and thrive that are going to help you when things go wrong, because at some point something's going to go wrong. Excuse me. And so these intentional communities are designed, they'll basically be private studio apartments, but with a shared living room and shared kitchen. And it'll be supported by a life coach and a case manager working with the 6 to 8 individuals who are living there to build community with one another and learn how to connect out into the community and build healthy relationships out there. Excuse me. So that's kind of what's going on at Water Street right now. A lot of that has existed, but we've just recently expanded and bought some new buildings to help us kind of fully live out that model of what we're hoping to accomplish with our guests.
Yeah. I love the so much of what you said, and I feel like I could spend a long time just diving into a lot of that. But I think one of the last thing that you said, I love that model that you guys are building with the new space that you're at, and it's the idea from, I think, a lot of you know, shifting and creating a space to shift from kind of codependence, like unhealthy codependence, then to independence, but then ultimately towards interdependence. So not only can I take care of myself, but how can I rely on others to in a healthy way benefit myself and benefit those around me. I think interdependence is and just community around that is really important.
When I first got involved in ministry and kind of the social service type ministry, I was working with youth at the time. The catchphrase was self-sustainability. That was our goal, is that we would be self-sufficient. Actually, self-sufficiency. That was the phrase. Everybody talked about being self-sufficient. We need to help kids become self-sufficient. We need to help people experiencing homelessness get to a place of self-sufficiency. And I'm like, hey, I'm not there yet. I am not self-sufficient. I need people in my life. I need people around me in order to survive and thrive. So why don't we focus on interdependence? Why don't we focus on healthy relationships and community? And that we've seen that. And that's, again, being at this for 120 years, we've seen a lot of successes and we've seen a lot of failure along the way. And I'm sure we're not alone. I know we're not alone. Those guests that you see so much change and hope in their lives, and then they go out and then they come back to you 6 months later looking worse than when they first came in. And you're like, what happened? And I think it's in those follow-ups of the what happened. First,
and he's using all those things to help me help the folks that we see each of them. And our 200+ employees, all of our donors and volunteers. So, my journey here was not a straight path, like a lot of folks, but it's been pretty circuitous. But God has really, I think, prepared me for this time, or times such as this.
I bet as you've been through your time here at Wheeler, just in those 4 years, you probably look back and be like, man, that's why I went through that situation. Well, that's what prepared me for this. Thank you. That happens to me a lot. But it happens to me when I'm raising my kids too, right? Like that's how God prepared me for this moment. But have you seen situations like that, like in your past, where it's like, man, I went through that, and now it's allowing me to take care of this the way that God is doing here.
Oh yeah, come up every day. Every day there will be something that we have to deal with. As the CEO, my job is to make sure everybody has the resources that they need, that we're pursuing That would call somebody. You know, stats say for an individual.
Well, hello. How you doing?
Hey, Bruce, I'm doing quite well, sir. How are you?
You know, for Texas, I'm cold. You'll probably say I'm wimpy. It's 70 degrees, and I went and got my jacket.
I don't even know if it was 70 degrees when we started. I think it was like mid 60s, and it's currently down to last time we checked about 35. So
Okay. Well, you look nice and comfy.
yeah, I've got a heated blanket and hand warmers. The hand warmers that were sent out to us earlier this week are certainly coming in handy. So grateful for that. How are things in Dallas? How's the last couple of hours been?
You know, it's been great, good conversations. Been having the conversations one after another. The positive of that is I don't have time to think about how tired or sleepy I am. So that makes it goes really fast. How about you?
Yeah. We were pretty much back to back up until maybe around like the 8 o'clock hour or so. And then we've had a couple people both pop in person and stop by in person and then hop in on some online calls. We had a lull there for a little bit around like 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, and so I actually got to shut my eyes just for a little while, sleeping here on the bench. So, but this afternoon, really, once we hit about 7:30 or 8 o'clock, we'll be back to back really until the rest of the event. So I'm looking forward to that. Though we've got a lot of really cool people coming in. So
That's cool. Any reoccurring themes coming up?
Yeah. I was just talking to Jack Crowley over in Lancaster or Lancaster, depending on where you're from. But yeah, Jack over there at Water Street Mission up in Pennsylvania. And one of the things that we were talking about, and that I've mentioned a couple of times, is the idea of not just providing programs and creating programs for people experiencing homelessness to be self-sufficient, but really to move into a space of being interdependent, and be in community with with those around them. And I think that
Right.
applies, obviously not just to individuals experiencing homelessness and recovering from that, but really, I think when you look at human flourishing, that's one of the things that we want to create. And so that's been one of the kind of ongoing trends or ongoing themes that I've seen so far. And then also, I was speaking with Andrea from Gresham, Oregon, at my father's house about this, and the idea that I think a lot of times when you have conversations around the stereotypes that come with homelessness and those experiencing it, is this idea of those people. And it just seems so far away, but when you really have conversations like conversations on a bench, and you start to kind of break down those preconceived notions. The idea of individuals experiencing homelessness look every bit just like you and I, and you really can begin to see, I think, the humanity, and at that moment, that's really where I think you can really start to address it, is once you see really the humanity in it, and you see each individual as an individual human being with really innate dignity. So yeah, those are two, I think, kind of bigger themes that we've seen throughout the evening. What about you all? Have you all seen something kind of reoccurring over the last couple of hours?
Similar items. I'm glad that Jack is doing better. When I talked to him earlier, he was still recovering from the Philadelphia Eagles losing.
Oh man, don't tell me. No, listen. I like Jack too much to hear that he's an Eagles fan. Is he really?
He's really an Eagles fan, and he gives me such a bad time about the Cowboy. So next time you talk to him, make sure you let him know that we celebrated the Eagles' loss.
Yeah. Man, not that I ever really want to root for the Cowboys, but I think I would root for the Cowboys over the Eagles any day, all day, every day.
Yeah.
Oh man.
But on a serious note, when I chatted with him earlier, we also talked about that importance of individuals flourishing, and that really oftentimes the first type of poverty that people have is really the poverty of relationships.
Absolutely.
And how we need those good, strong relationships. And once you lose those relationships, that makes you more vulnerable and more likely to fall into homelessness.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other item that just kept coming up, it's kind of like beating on the old drum, but it's true. That lack of affordable housing, and runaway inflation, and how just making $20 an hour it's just not enough anymore.
Mm-hmm.
When you get to the West Coast for a 1-bedroom apartment, it takes $2,600 a month for rent. $1,700-$1,800 in Dallas. They said around 17,000 in Detroit, etc. So we just got to get a handle on the economics of, quite frankly, living in our society.
Yeah.
Society.
Affordable and attainable housing is a frequently discussed topic here in our area, in kind of the northern Shenandoah Valley, northwestern region of Virginia, as well, because we're seeing the effects of that where we're located. We're kind of on the outskirts. Like Winchester is about depending on traffic, around 2.5 hours outside of Washington D.C. And so culturally, we're a little different. We're I think, really different than Washington, D.C. But what we've seen is Winchester's been the fastest growing metropolitan area in the state for the last handful of years. And so we've seen, just as the U.S., I think, has seen just a slow increase in the cost of living and the cost of housing, we've seen a significant increase in that. And so we've got more people moving to Winchester and the surrounding area really quickly. And quick at a faster rate than in any other part in the state. And so we've really seen a demand for housing in general, but certainly for affordable and attainable housing. And as we see more people moving in from Northern Virginia, that's really shifted a larger demand on affordable and attainable housing.
Right.
Yeah, so we're really seeing a big demand for that.
Right. And then I talked to some of our friends up in Portland, and we definitely want to be praying for them. And it was kind of putting me on notice for some of the things that they're seeing now, which maybe you guys are seeing some new form of my brain's going to sleep.
That's all right. That's all right. I'm here with you.
I forgot which drug it was. It wasn't crack. It was PCP, I think. And it was said it was some form of the drug now that's so potent that it's damaging the brain more. So we definitely, that's what Lance in Portland, Oregon was saying. And, when I think about that, that's really kind of scary. Because as you know, things start on the East and West Coast and then kind of makes its way in. So we normally have maybe a year or so to adjust to whatever's coming our way. And then he was mentioning the fact that that a lot of the really hardcore drugs had been legalized, that it's just turned the whole city upside down. So we definitely want to be praying for that, and that trend is taking place some places.
Yeah. I think we've seen just devastating effects of fentanyl and the opioid crisis here. We're right along a major interstate of between Interstate 95, which goes the whole East Coast, and then Interstate 81, which kind of goes on the western part of Virginia. And so, I can certainly want to. I can certainly understand, that need for prayer and really intervention with what's going on in Portland and those guys. So we'll continue to lift them up in prayer. I think that has also been a theme of this evening, is just the significance and the importance of prayer and the work that we do from some things that are just on an individual basis, and then really overall as an organization, and for our community overall. We've certainly seen time and time again where prayer has been more powerful than any dollar amount, and that than voices. I really do believe in the power of prayer, and so I appreciate you saying that about Portland, and I think we'll continue to lift them up in prayer about that.
All right, and probably the most exciting positive thing is hearing a lot of people say they're really happy about all the collaboration that's taking place, both I'm getting tired, both nationally and also locally. And I know from a personal basis, this conversation on the bench and in January as well as now has really gone a long way in terms of building positive relationships locally. Because we're so busy doing our ministry work that if we're not careful, we don't stop and just talk to a similar ministry on the other side of town. And when we just can take a little time and have those dialogues now, we can figure out other ways that we can collaborate and be more efficient.
Yeah. I think cross collaboration and understanding the importance and the power in partnering with others that are our neighbors is really really powerful. And I love the opportunity to be able to share those ideas and those even conversations on a bench with how it started and where it started, and just turning and looking at what it's turned into turned into now, from where it started 7 years ago to where it was in January, and then to where it is now. Yeah, it's just been so neat to be a part of it, and see the value in those community partnerships, both with rescue missions across the U.S. and locally.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's been great.
Well, anything else you want people in North Texas to know about what's happening in Winchester?
I would encourage anyone who is watching, especially this time of year, I would just say that this region is arguably, I would say, one of the most beautiful parts of the country. The Northern Shenandoah Valley is just absolutely beautiful. And so I would look at anyone in North Texas to encourage them to visit this part of the country. It is beautiful and stunning, and full of hospitality. And so I would certainly welcome them. And of course, they have a open door here at Winchester Rescue Mission, and would absolutely love to see them, and would love to see you, Bruce, if you ever come out here to the DC or the surrounding area. Would absolutely love to have you here in Winchester with us.
We'll make a habit of making that happen.
I appreciate that.
All right. And if you make it to Texas, we'll make sure you get some real barbecue.
All right. I look forward to it.
Make sure you tell Eric Berger that.
I sure will. I sure will. Well, Bruce, thanks so much for taking the time to speak with me. I wish you and your team the best of luck over the next couple of hours, and we'll continue to lift you guys in prayer.
We'll do likewise.
All right. Appreciate it, Bruce. You have a great rest of your day.
Yes.
All right. Bye, man. glove on here. And I'm almost positive we are back on. All right, we're back on live. It is almost 5:30, which means we are 15 hours, 15 and a half hours into our, right? Is that mathing? Into our 24-hour event? No, not that far. 14 hours. 14 hours into our 24-hour event, and yeah, it's going incredibly well so far. Lots of good conversations with volunteers, board members, staff, community members, some city council members, our deputy city manager, and just really grateful for the conversations that we've had thus far. You've heard from a couple other rescue missions. You just heard from Bruce Butler down in Dallas, Texas, where he said it just turned 60 degrees and he needed to put on a jacket. And I said, or 70 degrees, and you need to put on a jacket. And I said, I don't even think it was 70 degrees when we started. But yeah, it was just so good to hear from him and just hear some some commonalities between all of us that are having conversations on a bench. Things like the significance of interdependence, not just self-sufficiency, but how can you develop interdependence amongst a community. Things like the value of seeing individuals just with the own innate dignity that they have, and breaking down some of those stereotypes around homelessness, and not seeing people who've experienced homelessness or mental illness or substance abuse as those people, but really bringing them closer and looking at them like just as they are, which is every bit like you and me, and just seeing the humanity in some things. So just grateful for those conversations and the laughter of feeling really poorly for Eagles fans just because of their team choice, and that they lost to the Cowboys. So we'll be lifting up Eagles fans, as we always do, in our prayers. Anyways, up next, really excited to invite one of our longtime board members and volunteers, Mr. Pat Kofalt, up to have a conversation with us. Pat, if you'd like to join us, sir. Yeah, come on up, and you're gonna snag that microphone, and then you can take a seat. Awesome. Yeah, certainly. If you want to snag that microphone. Pat, welcome back to the bench. This is not your first rodeo.
No, it isn't. Good morning, Lauren. And
good morning.
Thanks for all that you and your staff do for all these great people that you transition here at the Winchester Rescue Mission. It's, in my opinion, this is the platinum standard for what is involved in transitioning people into a more successful phase of their life. So
yeah.
I appreciate it, and I appreciate the opportunity to be a part of it.
Yeah, certainly. I love that you're a part of it. And could you talk to us a little bit about how you became, how you came to serve, and the ways that you serve, and in what ways do you serve at the Rescue Mission?
Well, I just, when I retired, I had a lot more time on my hands than I did when I was working. And I come from a family that's got a history of substance abuse, and I can see the devastation that it causes. And it was awfully hard to see family members go through this without the kind of help they needed. I mean, we've evolved a long way from understanding that it's not necessarily a personal flaw that they have, but something in their life, their psyche or whatever, that causes this, very much like a cold or a cancer or heart disease, and it needs to be treated as such, and need to understand that it's a journey. It's not a one and done. You're going to fall off that horse a few times when you're riding on your way to success. And so when I was thinking about what I probably like most at the mission is helping prepare a meal.
Absolutely,
helping serve it, and to interface and talk to the different people, both the residents and the community guests that come through. It's always fun to see moms from the neighborhood come in with their kids and and watch them have dinner, go for the dessert first, skip past the salad and the vegetables, and just have a lot of fun with them. So anyway, Lauren, can you tell me? I've been out of town for a couple of weeks, just got back, but where are we headed to with the renovated building here?
Yeah.
The dream.
Yeah. In fact, a good friend of ours, city council member, was just saying how she accidentally went to our Cameron Street property, as we've hosted our conversations on a bench there in years past. So we are out front, as you know, of our Ed L. and Christine T. Molden Beacon of Light Center, which we have been in process of renovating since we really kind of acquired the building back in 2021. So we're so excited to have to be where we currently are. We are at the final stages of construction. In fact, the last couple of things that will be happening to the building and around it are really just the paving, which will be happening next week. And then we're at the end of the inside kind of renovation aspect of the project. And so just a lot of furniture move in are what we consider soft costs of the project will be moving in. And yeah, just at those very final stages. And so we'll be having our ribbon cutting ceremony. Sam and I were just talking about that a little while ago. We'll be having that ribbon cutting ceremony Tuesday, the 21st at 4:00 here. So we're excited that that we're at that final stage. And so here in just less than 2 weeks, we'll be having that ribbon cutting ceremony.
I'm going to put that on my calendar.
Yeah, that'd be a good thing to be a good thing to be at, and we look forward to having Kit at that. Kit will actually be here just in another probably hour or two. I think is when he's coming up on the schedule. So excited to hear from him and just the heart that he has for this community and for I think the value that he sees in housing, and just really excited to hear from him about how he's choosing to honor, how he and his wife are choosing to honor his parents in such a significant way.
Yeah, I just think it's so appropriate for what Kit and his family have done, because his father became very successful providing affordable housing for middle and working class people here in Winchester, and it's so nice that Kit is carrying on that legacy with opening this building and helping to set it up. So I know he likes to sleep in, so I was hoping to see him, but he's probably still rolling over in his bed.
Yeah, I think let's see, when he's going to be here around like the 7:45. 7:30, 7:45 hour. So
I'm on to the next item on my agenda.
Yeah, you've got things to do, people to see. And Pat, one of the things that I love being a part of that the Rescue Mission has also benefited from is the Rotary Club of Winchester. Dave Kelly and a couple other Rotarians, the Foxes, were here, and you are also a Winchester Rotarian and heavily involved with them. So would you mind talking to me a little bit about what Winchester or what Rotary is, and if anyone might be interested in joining, why might they want to join, and why is Winchester Rotary important?
Well, thanks for the opening. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
No, I'm a late bloomer on Rotary. I didn't join until I was 65 years old and fully retired, because I just thought Rotary was a club for rich businessmen to sit around and make deals at lunch, and did not understand that Rotary motto is service above self. The goal is community service. And I look around our club at Rotary Club at Winchester, and I see men and women, young and old, all different colors, all different religions. As a matter of fact, we had the invocation committee, and we keep our invocations non-denominational. And if we pray in the name of Jesus, we pray personally in the name of Jesus, not asking the club's behalf, because a lot of our members aren't Christian. They're Jewish or Muslim or non-Christian of some sort, or Hindu. But So it's a very inclusive club. The goal is to provide time to do projects, hands-on project in the community, and also to fundraising projects and return money to the community. Over the years that Rotary Club of Winchester's been involved, it's returned millions and millions of dollars into the community at Winchester. I think we just finished the Apple Harvest Festival, and that probably earned over $30,000 that's going to be used and distributed to nonprofits throughout the community. One of my pet projects is Rotary Peace Building. I spent my life working in Department of Defense around the world and not making war, but trying to prevent wars. And what the Rotary Peace Project does is it looks at developing positive peace, which isn't the absence of war, but rather the providing opportunities for people to economically improve themselves so that they don't feel a need to go to war, that they can live well within their communities. And the symbol of that is a Rotary Peace Pole. And we're going to put one of those here somewhere on the campus of the new Winchester Rescue Mission sometime over the next couple of months as you settle down on your building. And along with that, we're going to put a Trex bench, which we earn from Trex. For every 1,000 pounds of stretchable plastic we collect, Trex gives us a bench. So we will put a Trex bench with a peace pole and create a peace garden here for people to just sit and peacefully either contemplate or meditate or even peacefully discuss issues with each other and not argue. The peace bench is taking used plastic out of the environment, which will never biodegrade, or not at least in the lifetimes of our children or grandchildren. So Trex remakes that into composite materials. They build a bench for us out of it. We turn the plastic in at NW Works. They have a shed there, and Trex pays MW Works a stipend for collecting plastics. So that money that they collect from Trex at NW Works, they use to train physically and mentally challenged adults to succeed in life. So this project provides opportunity across the board for people.
Yeah, it's a win-win-win, I think, all around.
It is.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm so grateful for Winchester, the Rotary Club of Winchester's support. I know the Rescue Mission has been a beneficiary of a handful of their events and their fundraising projects. And yeah, I find myself so fortunate to be a part of such a generous community, and certainly just such a generous club.
Well, I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Lauren, thank you for your time.
Certainly, I appreciate you joining us, and yeah, thank you for the coffee and the donuts. That was absolutely delicious. Dunkin' Donuts is always a great way to start the early morning hours of conversations on a bench. So I appreciate it, Pat. Thank you for joining us. And here in just a little bit, I'm going to invite a good friend and council member of Winchester City here up in just a couple minutes.
Thank you.
Awesome. Yep. Thanks, Pat. Oh, and Pat, Brandon Thomas said, "Good morning, Pat." So I think he's been joining us. I sure will. Yep. Oh, and he's what is it? Houston, the Texans. Yeah, he's in Houston. Yep. Awesome. Brandon, I don't know if you're still watching, but Pat says hello and hope that he hopes everything's going well down there. So next, I'm excited to have my good friend Emily come up and join us. She is a friend to many here in Winchester, and excited to have her back on the bench. Also, not someone who this is their first time on Conversations on the Bench. I think the first time that you joined us was, I think you were running for council, and this was 3 years
Yeah, it
3
would've
years
been
ago?
3 years ago with Brandon.
Yep.
And I'm sorry, I missed you last January, but
You-
I was due any day and it was very cold.
Yes,
So
it
I
was.
give you credit.
Yeah, it was bitterly cold. But glad to have you back. And your little one is doing well. You
Oh
have
yeah,
2 little ones.
I have 2 wild little girls.
Yeah.
My youngest Grace will be 9 months in a couple days, and she's starting to crawl and get
Oh
into
my
things.
goodness.
Yeah, and Olivia is 2.5 and the smartest kid I've ever met, like speaking
Aw.
in full sentences. So
Yeah.
she's gonna give me a run for my money.
Yeah, that's I loved that age of little ones. Yeah, 2.5 is a lot of personality, and they're learning like a mile a minute. And yeah, I love that age. You've certainly got
You
your
can borrow
handful.
her
Yeah. Oh, I
anytime.
would. Yeah. My Fletcher, my little guy, he's 6, and he'll be here on his way into school this morning. So yeah, he would totally love that.
That's awesome.
So you've got 2 little ones. You're on city council. You just got your
I
master's
did. How do you remember
degree.
that after no sleep? That's amazing.
I got like maybe 45 minutes of sleep, and yeah, I really admire your passion for community, and just I think when I look at you, I think you are always curious and always willing to learn and always willing to step in and serve. And so, tell us a little bit about what you do and the roles that you have, because
Yeah.
you've got a lot of hats.
I do. I don't know. They all go together really nicely. I
Yeah.
finished my doctorate in November.
Mhm.
So that was something off my plate, but it gave me room for new things. But I like how you say I'm always curious, because I think back to 3 years ago, I met with Brandon and I didn't really know. You don't know what you don't know.
Yeah.
But he, just gave me all these studies and things to read and research and learn. And from there, I mean, I'm still learning so much, but it really helped me get a better understanding of what you do and how it's so different. Also pairs so nicely with so many other things in our community. But I try to, people ask, what does city council entail? Counselor Sloan, when I was trying to get her on board, she was like, how much time is it going to take up? And I said, oh, it's the Tuesday meetings every other week.
Yeah.
But it is what you make it. And I am really grateful I've had the opportunity to connect with so many people, learn from so many people. And I think it pairs nicely with having little ones. Like,
Yeah.
I'm sure like, you think that there's going to be a village, but you really have to go find them.
Absolutely.
And so it's been nice I think there was a year that I had Olivia just with me on the bench.
Like, yep, I remember that.
Yeah, they're sound asleep now, thankfully, but she would be down to come sit here, because now she's got a big community that, is here for her too, which has been great.
Yeah. Yeah. I love that you serve in that way. How did you become interested in serving on city council?
Oh, somebody asked me. It was
Yeah.
never, it's funny because now I've connected with so many people regionally and throughout the state that, this was a goal of theirs. They've always had it on their horizon. For me, Tim Mondell, who's a great teacher and coach at Daniel Morgan, he gave me a call one day, and I was out with my now husband, then boyfriend, and I said, I think I'm going to run for city council. And he was like, yeah, that sounds great. We had no idea what we were getting into.
Yeah.
But we're very grateful that it is definitely a family commitment. It takes a lot of time. I just left my husband while he's sound asleep. I said, I'll be back.
Yeah.
But it's I'm very grateful that he thought of me, that and that I was able to make connections with people and make it worthwhile.
Yeah. Yeah. One of the things that I saw that you recently did, and I think it certainly applies to the individuals that we serve, is you spent a day navigating public transportation. Tell us about your experience with that. What are your takeaways? What's good? What's bad? Give us your experience and kind of the run through of what led you to that.
Well, I think it's really important when you're in a position to make decisions for other people that, not only you do your research, but you try to put yourself in those positions and learn hands-on. So, if there was an ordinance that involved you, I'd try to talk to you about it. But in this case, the city's public transit is kind of in flux. We have the Win Ready that's like an Uber. We had 2 loop routes. We dropped it down to 1 loop route. Now we're talking about, what should a ride cost? And so I picked a day when I had, your basic necessities, dropping your kids off at school, needing to get groceries, and doing my day job, which I can thankfully do from anywhere. And I got my kids to school really well, which I thought it was great. I could roll the stroller onto the bus. I was a little hesitant. How do I need a car seat? What am I going to have to do? It was great to see, like, on the website, there's really nothing about bringing kids on. So I had to ask a friend, how do you do this with little ones? Then after that, I realized, the loop route wasn't coming around downtown to where their daycare was. So I had to walk to catch it if I wanted to take that home. And that's why I started missing the bus. Like, I was in front of Hanley, and there was a moment where I saw the bus coming, and I'm like, oh no, I'm at the wrong spot in front of Hanley, because it says Valley Ave and Hanley. And that's like kind of a subjective. I'm in front of the high school. I'm not on Hanley Ave. So I missed the bus there. And then I made it back home. The city staff were great. They called me a ride because the app wasn't working. I made it back home. I wasn't able to get groceries. I missed a lot of time at work. And then my daughter got sick. So at one point I had to just hop in the car and go get her. And then we resumed later just walking. Like, I walked to Sharp Shopper to get my groceries. It was interesting to see the bus schedule I knew had changed in July because I had voted on it, but it was still the same online. And so I tried to just go in, not as, city councilor, but as resident. And that led me to missing the bus at like a later point in the day. There were bright spots. City staff was great. The Uber type Win Ready was great, but now we have to catch up the loop route to where it used to be, I think, more reliable, and now it's only coming every hour. So it's hard.
Yeah, it can, I think, certainly be challenging. We look at, when we look at individuals experiencing homelessness and even poverty, I know you're well understanding of the ALICE population, asset limited income constrained but employed population, which affects a lot of individuals here in the city. Public transportation or lack of transportation is a big barrier, can be a barrier for those folks. And so just ease of transportation and clarity and timeliness. I mean, I feel like, even when, when the team and I, when we'll have meetings, and even when it just gets delayed just a couple of minutes, it can create this domino effect. Even when you do have your own reliable transportation, and when you don't, and that's another barrier, when you have children and when you have jobs or groceries and just daily, everyday needs, it can certainly be a big challenge.
I think it's something I would encourage anybody to do, because it makes you realize how much extra time you have in your day, and like, what a privilege. I can hop in my car if my daughter is sick and go get her. And then as I did that, I'm definitely not like a guru at making a video, but I tried to put it together and share it online. And I loved the feedback of, what's next. Somebody told me to pull a building permit, take a night at Watts or one of the homeless shelters, one of the food shelter or food pantries. So I'm gathering a list and seeing, where I can squeeze in some other things. I also think the parks and green space somebody brought up, like, show me the little pocket parks, because we know they exist on a map, but what do they actually look like? So it definitely generated a lot of good conversation.
Yeah, and I look forward to what comes from that, and what you do next, because I think you do a great job of highlighting areas of need, and challenging those areas of need in a, I think, very dignifying way for the people who are either in need of those services or who face those challenges every day, where I think otherwise they can sometimes be easily overlooked, or kind of pushed to the side. And I appreciate the ways that you step into that and call that to light.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So speaking of need, what do you need to get this building open?
Yeah. Well, we are still fundraising for the building. We had a $4.5 million capital campaign, and we are well on our way. But we're still in need of funds to reach that. And so we're hoping to continue to those fundraising. We're hoping to continue those fundraising efforts, and we have about 900,000 still left just for the capital campaign. In addition to that, because our hope really is to retire the mortgage. So we currently have a mortgage on the building. And when you look at that and you look at what we're paying to just to retire that mortgage, if we can retire that mortgage, we are able to then shift a significant amount of funds back into our operating costs. So looking to retire the mortgage and looking to really finish the rest of the capital campaign. And then really looking to expand and continue to build our budget. We know that there are certainly there is certainly an increasing need for our services, and we know that we're not doing it alone. We're grateful for Watts and the work that they do. In fact, I think they're getting ready to open their thermal shelter here in just another couple of weeks. So I'm grateful for the work that they do, but it's certainly not enough. We know that homelessness is on the rise and it will continue to be on the rise. And so we need more services, more affordable and attainable housing, and I would say more housing that falls on a spectrum from low barrier overnight shelter to more transitional shelter. And so that all takes funds, and that all takes just a tremendous amount of support. So in addition to fundraising efforts for our capital campaign, we're also looking to increase our operational budget. So as you know, this is this event is this 24-hour event is a fundraiser. Our goal is to raise $24,000, and thanks to the generosity of a great donor, George Carnes, we've got a matching gift in that. So this is a great opportunity to essentially double the impact of whatever gift you have. So those are great needs that we have, and then we've spoken a little earlier about our volunteers, and which you know the value of. You came in with your sweet puppy dog, your beagle, or
yes. I'm amazed that you remember that.
Oh, I can't remember.
Augie. Yeah.
Yes.
I remember Brandon, he gave me all this information and I said, this is great. I read through it, but the best way to learn is to just go do. And, I'm not really in a phase of my life where it's as easy to just pick up and, find a couple hours, but I'd love to come back. Although one time you had me in the kitchen making pork tenderloin and none of them were defrosted. I was like, damn it, Lauren.
Yeah.
How am I going to get this ready? And
that's a kind of an ongoing thing that we're still finessing is, can we get pork tenderloin and chicken breast and hamburger meat thawed quickly and ready for our volunteers. And we're if you haven't seen our new kitchen facility here, you should definitely go in and check it out because there's a lot more space and a lot more refrigerator space so that we're able to pull things out from the freezer ahead of time and make sure that it is well thawed so that days in advance.
It's all good. It was a good adventure. I remember texting my husband and I was like, Jack, I don't even know how to prepare this because I'm not I can put together I can obviously cook enough, but I was like, there's like endless pork tenderloins. They were all frozen.
Yeah.
But some other volunteers came in and we had a great afternoon, or my mornings with Augie. We would, I think, usually get like an earlier morning shift at the front desk and just come and chat with people. I definitely miss those days. I'll have to come back.
Yeah,
at
please.
Some point.
Yeah, please do. We would absolutely love that. I can, with almost 100% confidence, guarantee that the pork tenderloin will be thawed. And
even if it's not, we'll make it work.
Yeah, we'll make it. We've got enough ovens to turn it on, defrost, and pretty quickly, hopefully thaw it out. So, yeah. Well, Emily, I appreciate you.
Absolutely.
Thank you for all the ways that you serve this community and that you do that with 2 under the age of 3. Yeah, you do it wonderfully. Thanks, Emily. Thanks, you as well. All right, Sam, are we still rolling? we're still rolling. So that was Emily, Winchester City Council member, and volunteer, and just a big community advocate. So grateful to have that conversation. And then right prior to that was Pat Kofalt, longtime board member of Winchester Rescue Mission and longtime volunteer as well. It is somehow already 6:00, which I'm very grateful for. Hopefully, fingers crossed, the sun will be coming up here in the next couple of hours, and we are going to be. Let's see who's coming up on the schedule next. Probably a little after 7:00. One of my favorite young men, Fletcher, will be back and joining us on his way to school. And then Kit Molden will be coming around like the 7:30, 7:45 hour, followed by good friend Jason Craig from Valley Health, Andy Gale from United Way, and then right around 9:30, please definitely tune in. Rob and Lisa, our program staff at the Rescue Mission, are going to be bringing over some of our clients, some of our residents, and you'll be able to have the opportunity to hear from them and hear what's going on in their lives as they share some of their stories. And I'm excited about that. So join us here over the next couple of hours. We're going to take a quick break. I'm going to encourage, you know what, Sam, you're on it. I don't even have to ask you about the QR code. You just, just great. Yeah. Sam designs it, put it up there, just doing all the things. So, Brian is awake and back with us. He's shaking his head, getting coffee. So the QR code is up. Definitely scan to give that, or you can head to our website, winrescue.org. Again, every dollar that you give is doubled. Our goal is to reach 24,000, and every gift that you give is doubled up until we reach that. So we're going to check on a couple of things, take a little stretch break, get some coffee, and we'll be back here in just a couple of minutes, guys. Thank you. All right. I am excited that it is almost 7 o'clock. Yeah, a little after 6:30. The team has been hanging in there, going strong. Most recently, you have heard from council member Emily, and then one of our board members, Pat Kofalt, and just some conversations around why they do the work that they do to support the rescue mission and support the community overall. So, yeah, it was great to hear from them. We have been giving a number of tours. In fact, that's kind of why I was off for just a couple of minutes as I was giving a couple tours to individuals who had come up and just wanted to see the building. There's a lot of excitement going on around it. We're so excited to be to really be so close to opening it, and with a ribbon cutting Tuesday, October 21st at 4 o'clock. And then really we'll be moving our programs over. So moving our men and women over from where we currently are on North Cameron Street over here at Valley Avenue. So very much looking forward to that. There's a lot of anticipation around it. And yeah, just really looking forward to all the things that are to come here at the Beacon of Light Center. As you very well know, this event is sponsored by and by the generous support of George Carnes, Wells Fargo Financial Advisors, down in Front Royal, and their office is down there. And because of their generosity of this event, we have the opportunity to reach our $24,000 goal. So every dollar is matched, is essentially doubled up until we reach that. So here's my ask of you, because if I'm honest, we do have a good little ways to go. So far, we're right around $3,000 that we've seen come in. Our goal is to at least reach 12,000. So we're a quarter the way there of where we need to be. And we're a little over halfway through this event. So here's my ask of you. First, would you share? Would you comment, like, share this event? Share our live feed. Invite your friends to join us. Invite your friends to be a part of it, and come sit and have a conversation with me here on the bench. Secondly, I want to encourage you to give a personally significant gift to this campaign. But what I love is that every dollar that you give is matched. So if a personally significant gift looks like $5, that gift is doubled into 10. If a personally significant gift looks like $100 or $500, that is then turned into $200 or $500. So I just really want to encourage you. These opportunities mean so much to us when your gift is doubled, and I know they do to you all. I know that you all who are watching believe in the work that Winchester Rescue Mission does. You believe in our staff. You believe in the individuals who walk through our doors. And by you investing in that work, you invest directly into the lives of those who need it the most. And so, again, I encourage you to share this on your social media platforms. Come sit and have a conversation. And I would encourage you also to give. So I'm going to put that link up one more time. Upcoming conversations that I'm pretty excited about. My little guy Fletcher is going to be coming probably around like the 7:15 hour or so to come say hello. I'm excited to see him. It's been a long night, and I'm excited to see him before he goes off to school. Then Kit Molden, a good friend and great supporter of Winchester Rescue Mission, who has named this facility that we're currently seated in front of after an honoring of his parents. And so he'll be coming over with coffee and I believe donuts around 8 o'clock or so. Jason Craig from Valley Health will be coming right after that, followed up by Andy Gale. And then some of our residents and program staff. So keep an eye out over the next couple of hours, and excited for all that is to come, guys. Thank you all.